So does he go back? You don't call? You never call him, got it? Never. Is that you call him? So that's what you know about.
When you told the detective that you don't know the people, was that true?
Yeah.
Do you know, or did you know Davion Murphy?
No.
I mean, today, do you know Davion Murphy?
Yeah, now.
All right. Do you know, or did you know at the time, Rashad Murphy?
No.
And Sean Gathright? What communications or contacts had you had with Sean Gathright at the time?
None at that time. I just told him I met him maybe one time.
Okay. You're saying none at that time, then you said you just met him one time. So I just want the jury to be clear. At this time of this interview, how many times have you met Sean Gathright before?
That would be 2, including Tampa, so that would be the second time.
Okay. The first time you met Sean Gathright, what was that at? Where was that at?
His house.
All right. And was he the only one there?
It was him and other people I didn't know, but I think it was some of his family members.
All right. Was it a gathering?
Yes.
All right. With multiple people at the house?
Yeah.
And what did you do at the house?
I walked in, and Zay introduced me to them. He was like, this is my second family. He was like, what do you want to eat? So he fixed me a plate.
All right.
How long did you stay there?
Do you remember meeting Sean Gathright's mother there?
No, I don't remember that.
Do you remember if she was even there?
No, it was a lot of people.
All right. Do you, if you were to call out the people that were there, would you recognize them?
No.
All right. Hold on. While you're inside this interrogation room, do you feel any pressure?
Not in the beginning, but later on, yeah.
Why?
I mean, he was talking over me and yelling, and I felt like I was just closed in by 2 men.
The detective, was he cursing at you?
Yeah.
In your view, was he threatening you?
Yeah.
What types of threats did he make to you?
He said I was never going to see my baby. I was going to spend life in prison. He said you were never going to get to go out again, do your nails, your hair, something like that. He said a lot of stuff.
All right. When they asked you about other individuals like Davion Murphy or Rashad Murphy, at that point in time, did you feel comfortable talking about these individuals?
No.
Why not?
I mean, I don't really know them, so I didn't want to talk about them.
Did you tell the detective that that you were one inside of the cruise
Yeah.
at McDonald's?
Yeah, I did.
Did you tell him that you went to clubs?
Yeah.
You told him that before he showed you a video of a club?
I think so, I did.
You also pointed out Isaiah Chance as being in the car at the McDonald's, right?
Yeah.
Did the detective know that Isaiah Chance was in the car at the McDonald's?
No.
Did you gave him that information?
Yeah.
Getting an Instagram message to somebody to rent an Airbnb for you guys down here?
All right. What did Detective Campbell just ask you?
Did I DM a girl on Instagram?
When he asked you that question, did you remember what he was referencing immediately?
No.
You don't? You did, and you sent a message from your phone.
Oh, I
Yeah. Tell what happened.
yeah, she do like have whenever they do it.
She does what?
She does have like you can bring something to her advertise.
Okay. Who did you send a message to? Do you remember?
I don't know her name, it's a light skin girl. Like she do promos, she posts on Instagram.
Okay.
Did she end up booking the Airbnb that you guys stayed at? Do you know who?
Text mom, text back.
Do you know who booked the Airbnb that you guys stayed at?
I just asked, and one of like, we're still going.
Was the guy who was driving the cruise while you were at McDonald's, okay, who you hadn't met before, was he at the Airbnb when you guys left the Airbnb? You don't know?
Like, I'm good first. Like, when you got me going. Like,
When you say that you left first, are you referring to when you left to go back to Jacksonville?
Wait. I gotta hear what they said again. I gotta hear what it said again.
When you guys left the Airbnb? Was the guy who was driving the cruise while you were at McDonald's, okay, who you hadn't met before, was he at the Airbnb when you guys left the Airbnb? You don't know?
like, I'm good first. Like, when you got me going.
When you're making that statement, are you referring to after, like when you all are leaving the Airbnb to go back to Jacksonville?
I think I was.
The person that he's mentioning, the one he says, the one that's in the driver's seat at McDonald's, you know that person to be Davion?
Yeah, now.
All right. And did Davion ride back with you?
No.
Or just
Where did you go back?
24 flat.
Well, I can't hear you now because you're the only one who's in the front door. Nobody else can do that front door. Were you there by yourself at your Airbnb? Well, I can't hear you now because you're the only one who's in the front door. Nobody else can do that front door.
That's fine.
Because they don't come in.
Was there some confusion about you letting people in the back door of the Airbnb?
Yeah.
Did the detectives believe that you let people inside the back of the Airbnb?
Yeah, that's what he thought.
And he thought that you were doing that to conceal their identity?
Yeah.
How did they get in?
Yeah, but this camera goes off every time somebody passes it, and in order to get in, you have to put in a code, and that code gets tracked on the app. I spoke to the owner of the Airbnb. Nobody else went in. How did they get in?
I'm not sure.
Did you let them in another door?
Is it possible you could open the back door?
No. No, I did
Were you there by yourself at your Airbnb? Well, I can't hear you now because you're the only one who's in the front door. Nobody else comes in that front door. Every single person that comes in that front door uses that code. You guys went out to McDonald's, did you go to the front door? You don't know? Or did you go to the back door? Where did you go out?
Not sure. Sorry, she.
Do you understand what I'm talking about? That you're the only one that went in the front door? Nobody else went in that front door? So how did Zay get inside if you were the only one in the front door?
I did not.
Huh?
I don't know. I did not.
No. I understand how you got in the front door.
Yeah.
How did anybody else get in? Because nobody else is on camera.
Anybody else?
Zay was with you, he stayed there,
Yes,
right?
he did.
He didn't go in front of her.
I don't know, I just know.
Zay didn't go in front of her.
He's asking you the question repeatedly. You understand what he's asking you.
Yeah.
Is he accepting what you're saying?
No.
When he does not accept what you're saying, do you get frustrated with him?
Yeah.
Are you showing that frustration?
No, I'm kind of doing like a,
I'm just saying, don't leave the witness. Ask the next, rephrase your question.
Are you showing the frustration?
no, I'm just doing a nervous laugh.
What do you want?
Was he inside with you?
Yes, of course. Yeah, no,
Okay, but he didn't go in the front door.
wow. There's no explanation. I don't know.
Why did you say, did y'all ask him that? Who is him?
Isaiah.
Why did you say that?
Because I mean, it's about him. Like, go ask him.
I'm going in with myself. Yeah.
Okay. Jimmy, I want one honesty from you. You ready for my one honesty?
Are they back at this issue with the Airbnb door?
Yeah.
Did you go back door to let other people in the Airbnb? That's an easy question. Then how did they get in the Airbnb? Because they did not go in the front door.
What they gotta do with me?
No, it's asking you for one honesty.
All I did was walk up and knock. Did you see me tap anything in? So what they gotta do
You
with
opened
me?
up the front door and you got it.
I didn't open nothing.
You didn't open up the front door of that place?
How did you get in?
I just see it was open.
Nobody else went to the front door by you. I'm just asking one thing that I know is 100% truthful. And you can't answer that.
He has to use the code over there.
Was it 100% truthful that you went to the back door, that you let people into the back door?
No.
It's actually just audio of that. You have to get the code to get in. You need the code to open. It's audio recorded. It's on.
That was the code.
The guy gave
Like,
you the
y'all
code.
couldn't, like, go. I don't have
Did you hear Detective Campbell say that the guy gave you the code to go in?
Yeah, he did.
Is that accurate?
No.
It's on audio.
Okay, go back and listen. What code you didn't say?
I can tell you this. How many women do
I
you
didn't
know?
have the Airbnb out.
How many women do you know that have been in prison?
I don't know.
Go to 38 flat. Or you could just let it go. I think that's what's supposed to start.
Did you know any woman that's been in prison? You should know that. I can tell you this, you're young and you're small. And where you are likely to end up without a truthful statement right now is a horrible place.
I gave you 2%.
No, you have not.
I have, whether you believe it or not.
Let me ask you something. Do you think I'm probably good at my job or probably bad at my job?
I don't know about you.
What was your response?
I said, I don't know. I know you.
So, when you say that you don't know him, does that mean you don't see him in front of you?
No.
What does it mean when you say you don't know him?
I don't know him personally.
Is that the same sort of response you gave about whether you know Davion and Rashad Murphy?
Yeah.
All right. There were some things during this interrogation that you said that were not accurate, were not truthful. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. What were those things generally about?
I mean, everything that he answered was about them.
Who's them?
The other co-defendant?
Did you have any concerns for your safety at this time that if you said something about another individual, it could come back on you?
Yeah.
Did any of the detectives at any point in time, whether it be on this video or otherwise, did they tell you that they would make sure that you were safe from anyone?
No, they didn't.
Obviously, were your parents present?
No.
Was anyone there to assist you?
No.
At the time of this interview, do you know where Isaiah Chance was at?
No.
Do you know whether if he got pulled in by the officers at the same time?
No.
This ain't no shit you get to walk away from. The problem is you can't even say that you heard it all. You just weren't, it's in a passenger seat, in for passenger seat.
You talking to two grown men who've been in this
Yeah,
ring too
like I
long.
said, y'all.
Like, how, does that make sense to you? Does that make sense to you? If somebody told you I'm in a car with somebody, and he's talking on the phone the whole time, I ain't hearing, you don't know what he said? That makes sense to you? How does that make sense?
Ooh, obviously. But I don't know.
I'm here I am. I'm right here. I'm with you. Here's the second house. Boom. Hey, he just pulled up to the hotel. No. Drive around one more time. Hey, park real quick. He's in the passenger seat. Aim for the passenger seat. Are you hearing it?
First of all, was Isaiah Chance saying anything like that to you?
No.
Was he saying anything like that on the phone?
No.
Is that just the officer's assumption about what was happening?
Yeah.
When the officer here gets in your face, what do you feel?
Aggravated?
Are you hearing me say that? You didn't hear me say that?
What did you tell him?
I said, no, I'm kind of zoned out.
It's a game, Chief. It's a game, Chief. And it's sad, man. It's sad because this isn't a game. This is real life. It's happening right now. This is real life. This ain't no TV shit. This ain't no shit you get to walk away from. The problem is you can't even say that you heard it all. You just weren't part of it. You can't even say that to us.
When the officers asked if you went down to Tampa with anyone other than Isaiah Chance, did you tell them that you went with his little brother?
Yeah.
All right. And at the time, did you know his name?
No.
Did they show you a photograph of the little brother?
Yeah, they did.
Did the photograph look like him initially?
No, not at first.
Why not?
I mean, I remember him having bushy hair, and he showed me a whole different picture, so I said no.
And you drove down with this individual, Sean Gaffright, from Jacksonville to Tampa?
Yeah.
All right, were you staring at his face the entire time you were driving down?
No.
Where were you at?
In the back seat?
And were you looking at were you trying to look at his face while you were driving down?
Not really.
When you got to the Airbnb, did you and him hang out inside the Airbnb face to face?
No.
Did he go to McDonald's with you?
No.
Were you at Teasers with Sean Gaffright at any point in time?
No.
And Sean Gaffright, did he ride back to Jacksonville with you?
No.
Do you believe if you told the officers, these detectives here, if you told them what they wanted to hear, do you think they would have let you out?
No.
All right, Miss Andrews, are you still in a relationship with Isaiah Chance?
I mean, he may think that. I never broke up with him.
When you say he may think that, what do you mean by that?
Like, we just got arrested. Nobody broke up with each other. None of that.
All right. Are you personally in a relationship with Isaiah Chance?
No.
I have any other questions?
Okay, very good. Members of the jury, it's noon. We're going to go ahead and take a lunch recess, okay? Is 45 minutes good enough for you guys? Okay, 45 minutes it is, all right? So be back here at 12:45, and we will continue the trial, all right? Thank you.
All right.
some stuff on your table. I didn't want to touch it while you guys were at lunch, but can I get some of the, the one you're at council table? I was at the other one getting the exhibits. Yeah. Thank you. Or is that yours? Okay. All right. Ouch. That was it. Thank you.
I just realized we were missing a rather important jury instruction, 3.7, regarding burden of proof. So I'm going to print that up and include that. Sorry. We were also missing 2.7, the instruction on closing arguments. I'm going to print that one up as well. Yes. Put a couple of things up and then we'll get going.
Yes, ma'am.
So, you?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, magnetic. No, that's not what I wanted to print. Ay, caramba. Okay, let's see if we got it right. I did, okay. Are you all going to want me to instruct the jury before, on the elements, before closing arguments or after?
Judge, I would like to go forward.
Okay. So I'm going to review these. Okay, I'm going to review these one more time. I'm going to put them in the order that they're going to be given to the jury, and I'll read them to the jury before closing arguments. All right, we need, Massages is on the stand, defense counsel's present, state's present, everybody ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, bring in our jury.
All rise. All jurors are in.
Okay, very good, thank you. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone have a seat. State, you may proceed with cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Andrews, you've testified about your on-again, off-again relationship with the co-defendant, in this case, Isaiah Chance. Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, you told this jury about some instances where you had been hit by him. Is that correct?
Yes.
You've dated Isaiah Chance for over 4 years. Isn't that true?
Not over 4 years.
How long?
It's about just 4 years.
Just about 4 years, okay. And it's been on again, off again, is that correct?
Yes.
And during that time period, you have dated other young boys, is that correct?
Maybe.
Does Kamari Outing sound familiar?
Yes.
He's a boy that you have dated, and he, you still were talking to him, in fact, up until the time of the crime, June of 2024. Is that correct?
We never dated, but yeah, I was talking to him.
Okay. And in fact, at some point, Isaiah Chance got upset and made phone calls to him, right?
Yes.
And you had conversations on your phone with Mr. Kamari Outing, where you two discussed that. Isn't that true?
I believe so.
And they were still on your phone. They were backed up. They were saved on your phone, and they were on your phone on June 23rd of 2024. You never deleted these messages that you had with Kamari Outing. Isn't that correct?
I mean, I have to see the message. I don't know. What is that message?
Okay. Your Honor, I'll approach the witness. Would looking at those messages help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Sanders, if you'll take a look at this. Sanders, you recognize these messages from your phone?
Yes.
And Kamari Outing, he was a member of 1200, isn't that correct?
No.
No? I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 75C12. That's a photo of you with Kamari Outing that was still on your phone. Isn't that true, ma'am?
That's not Kamari.
That's not Kamari?
That's my cousin,
Okay, what's your cousin's name?
Marcus.
Marcus? Okay. And in this messaging with Kamari, he's upset because Isaiah Chance has called him and basically told him that you're with him and that you're pregnant, and you're still trying to get Kamari Outing to talk to you, right? Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, that's my best friend.
And he doesn't want to because of Isaiah Chance, correct? In fact, you're the one that keeps on insisting that he not block you, and that you and him continue to talk. Is that correct?
Yeah, but the message behind that, that's my best friend. And Isaiah called him and was just going on and on about, he didn't want him to, he was giving him a reason to not text me back, to not talk to me. That's what that was about.
And so despite the fact that Isaiah Chance doesn't want you to have anything to do with him, you're fine with disobeying what Isaiah Chance wants because this is your best friend, right?
Yeah, and at the time I sent that, I was at home in my bed. I was not with Isaiah.
But all of these messages are still saved and on your iPhone, right?
I mean, I guess so.
They were, not you guess. They're on your iPhone, right?
They're my iCloud.
Yes. And so your iCloud backs up your iPhone, ma'am. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure how that works, but I think so.
Okay. You don't recognize these messages? Something that you typed and you received on your little pink iPhone?
I believe so.
Okay. And your phone is also password protected, right?
Yes.
Because certainly when Isaiah Chance is using your phone that night on June 23rd of 2024, at some point when you're walking in that parking lot, your phone locks up, right?
Yes.
And you have to enter in your password.
Yes.
And so that's what happens with an iPhone. After your iPhone is not being activated over a lengthy period of time, a couple minutes, 5 minutes, it does what?
It locks.
And so what do you have to do every time that happens?
Unlock it.
And obviously Isaiah Chance didn't know your password because you're standing there right next to him, and what does he have to do?
He asked for the password that first time, but he's looking at me.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 34. You know who this is, right? Charles Jones.
Yes.
You have known who he was since 2021 when you were at Rains High School, right?
I knew of him, yes.
You were well aware of him, right? This is something that you discuss a lot with your friend Julio Jordan.
I only discussed him maybe 2 times.
At the time when you were doing that, did you date somebody by the nickname K Shorty?
We weren't dating.
You didn't date him either, right?
No.
You weren't upset talking about Julio Jordan and Julio Foolio, Charles Jones recruiting all these young men that were getting shot up in this gang war?
I wouldn't say upset. I was just gossiping.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. But this is State 75C13. This is a photograph with you and K Shorty.
Yes, that's Therese.
Okay. And do you see what he's doing there?
Yeah.
He's throwing up like 12?
I don't know what the sign means. I mean,
Have no idea what that means. But you're posting this on TikTok, right? You love TikTok. You've talked about, right? You posted on TikTok. You're both posing together.
yes, ma'am.
And despite the fact that you intimately know a lot of people who are associated with these gangs, you have no idea what it means when he's throwing up that sign.
No, I don't.
No idea whatsoever.
Overruled, go ahead.
You followed Charles Jones on Instagram, isn't that correct?
Maybe back then.
Did you ever unfollow him?
Probably.
You were still following him when this crime occurred, right, on Instagram?
I don't remember following him.
You don't remember? You never looked and you never saw any of these advertisements that Julio Foolio was going to be in Tampa on June 22nd?
No, I never seen those.
You did not like Julio Foolio back in 2021. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I mean, I wouldn't say a personal issue. When you say like him, didn't like him.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 75C2, conversation that you had with Julie Jordan. So I want you to read what you texted to her back on January 19th of 2021.
I said, but if you think about it, everybody gets everybody. People from out east, this, they side, so of course they're going to say something, but it don't even be popular like that, like that for real. Fully be the one talking shit, then all his little niggas come, then other extra people.
Okay. So you are talking about out east, correct? That is a territory of 1,200.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're talking about how the people in 1,200 dish they side, correct? And then you're also talking about Papa, that's Little Papa, right?
Yes.
And who's Little Papa?
He's a rapper.
And you know that he also has a gang affiliation, is that correct?
I mean, he doesn't claim it, so I don't know.
Okay. You know your boyfriend Isaiah Chance is in a gang, isn't that true?
I don't know that.
That's something you've told your best friend since you were little, Julio Jordan, that you knew that he was in a gang and that he was in it.
I never told her that.
You never
I
said
I've
that?
heard allegations of it, but when I asked him, he denies it, so of course I took his word.
In this particular conversation, you then say, again, talking about Foolio, let's go down here. I want you to tell the jury what then you texted in response to Julio Jordan saying that they keep killing each other. And we're talking about the gang war in Jacksonville, right? 1,200 against 6 Block. ATK against 6 Block, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's see. What did you text her?
I said right, so it's going to go on.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Andrews, if you don't mind, you speak very quickly. So if you just speak slowly, because I'm seated next to you and I'm having trouble hearing you. So
Okay.
thank you very much.
I said right, so it's going to go on, and they keep saying let leak rest, but I'm sure the other side be feeling like that, so it's going to keep repeating, and yeah, they know what come with it, so charge it to the game, go retaliate or something. They sitting up there rapping, but that's y'all homeboy. Just do what y'all have to do. They don't be in Jacksonville, so I doubt they care about anybody here or the upcoming rappers.
So Leaky is another person that has died in this gang war, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're well aware of that, correct?
Yes, ma'am, he went to middle school with me.
So you have somebody who went to middle school that died in this gang war, and you had somebody who went to Raines High School that died in this gang war. Is that correct?
Yeah, I heard of it, but I'm not friends with him.
Well, you're not. You say you're not friends with Spaz, right? Joe Rod Adams, correct?
Yeah, I'm not friends with him.
But he wasn't the only one that got shot in that Raines High School shooting, was he?
I mean, I think so.
Will also got shot in that high school shooting. Will Go Crazy, the person who you communicate with on your phone, right? You know who Will is.
I wouldn't say like that. He texts me and tries to talk to me like I'm cute. People are going to start talking to me like that.
He's who Jewel Jordan was talking about when she said that you two had a friend that was injured at the shooting at Raines High School, correct?
Yeah, when she says friend, she means associate.
So I didn't ask you that, but what her wording up there was friends, right?
Yes.
And he got shot in the arm. His name is Will Royal. He went to high school with you at Raines High School, right?
I believe so.
You believe so or you know so?
I don't remember his last name being Royal, so that's why I said I believe so.
Okay, let's not call him Will Royal. Let's call him Will, who got shot in the left arm the same day that Spaz, Joe Rod Adams, got killed at Raines High School when you were attending there.
Yes.
You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yes, Will.
So what are you texting your friend Jewel Jordan on 1/21 of 2021?
You want me to read it?
Yes, ma'am.
I said it was deleted by the time I got up, but Julio had said Julio had said it, but everybody kind of knew that it was just once that time he got shot, and I forgot the boy that died with him at the Reigns game, but the boy Robert ain't even do that, even though he on the 6th side. It was Bibby, and Will knew that, but Bibby died like 3 weeks later, so that was crazy.
Okay. And so who we're talking about right now, that you claim not to know his last name, is the very person you are texting Jewel Jordan about, right, Will?
Yes, ma'am.
So you knew him well enough to be texting to your friend, Jewel Jordan, after the high school shooting at Reigns, correct?
Yes, he was known.
And the other person that you are mentioning in the same sentence is Robert. You're referring to Robert Howard, the person who actually went to prison for manslaughter for that shooting, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also mentioning Bibby, is that correct?
Yes.
Bibby is a nickname. It is a gang nickname, isn't it, Miss Andrews?
I didn't know it was for him. I'm just referring to him as Bibby.
Okay. Because Bibby is the way that the people who you hang out with refer to him, right?
No, the people on the internet refer to him as Bibby.
That's right. And that's how they know him, by his
Yes.
gang name.
I mean, I wouldn't know if it's his gang name.
Do you think Bibby is his legal name?
I don't know him personally to know. So,
And then Jewel Jordan responds, OMG, LMFA, what does that mean?
laughing my fucking ass off.
Everybody kind of knew. They all had comments to calling. You guys are also watching what is going on social media between these warring rival gangs, aren't you?
Yeah, that day we're actually referring to a post, so we're reading the comments, but instead of putting it in the comments, we're texting to each other.
Now I want you to read to the jury what you texted your friend Jewel Jordan on January 21st of 2021.
I said, girl, I don't like Foolio. Laugh my fucking ass off. Ugly ass bitch. He need to die. And shit, that was Will's friend. Fuck the cold shit. Then I said, bitch, he shot me and my friend died. Yeah, I'm pointing out who did it.
And so you don't like Julio Foolio. That's fair to say. Back in 2021, you didn't like him.
Yeah, that was my opinion when I was 17 years old.
And your exact words were, he need to die, correct?
Yeah, but I didn't mean it literally. I'm 17, just gossiping.
Okay. But you really are talking about your friend Will, and you're saying, fuck that code shit. If he shot me and my friend died, you're referring to Will and his friend Spaz that died.
Yeah, I was saying he knew probably who killed his friend. He should have spoke up. I'm saying if it was my friend, I'm going to tell who did it.
So you were upset that 6 Block, and you believe 6 Block and Julio Foolio's group were responsible for your friend getting shot, correct?
I mean, that was what was on the internet, and I wasn't upset. I mean, I'm just gossiping. I really don't care, honestly.
And then you emphasized it, right?
No, she emphasized
She
it.
emphasized it. Then I want you to go down here and say what you said, 1/22 of 2021.
I said, bitch, hold on, because I think Julio talking about Therese and his friends left my ass if I do not like him.
Okay. And tell us again who Therese is.
Therese is the person I'm in a picture with.
And then what did you say?
I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together. I was reading the comments.
And then what did you say here?
No, that's her talking.
Oh, I'm sorry, what did Jewel Jordan say in response?
She said, that is Julio, though. He recruited a bunch of dumbass niggas who wanted to die.
And then what was your response to that?
I said, right, and he started to realize. But first time I saw him, that shit clicked on. When Julio called we all in the garage, he talking about, nigga always want me to ride with him when he down here, so I could be the one that died, not him. I ain't nobody guard. I said, bitch, I was dying.
And what do you mean when you texted that?
I was in the garage with Tyrese one day, like just chilling, and one of his, I think that was his cousin or somebody older, and he gets a call from Julio, and he, I think, asked him to ride somewhere, and he tells the friend, like, at the phone, and goes, he said, I'm not riding nowhere with him. I'm not finna die. And I just sent to my friend, I'm like, well, I'm over here laughing about it.
And you said Isaiah Chance, you did not know he was in a gang, is that correct?
I mean, I heard people say it, but when I asked him, he says he's not.
You also were aware of what happened at the town center, is that correct?
Yes, it was on the news.
Tell us what happened at the town center.
Some people died in a car leaving Wasabi.
Young and Ace, correct?
He didn't die, but he got shot.
Young and Ace's group, is that correct? They were in that car.
His cousin and brother, I believe.
And he was the only one that survived, correct?
Yes.
His brother was killed.
I think that was his brother, yeah.
Person named 23, Royal Smith, was
yeah.
killed.
Yes, ma'am.
And Isaiah Chance, he was upset about that, wasn't he?
I mean, I don't know if he's upset, but he would say, like, he's heard about it sometimes.
That is something, a moment that he has shared with you intimately about what happened at the town center. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I mean, I already knew what happened, but he's explaining to me, like, he don't like to go out there.
Correct, because 23 died at the town center.
Yeah, he believes there's violence out there. You don't want to go out there.
And he was upset about it, right?
I mean, I guess so.
You had a conversation. You don't remember the conversation you had with him on your phone where you wanted to go do something at the town center?
Yeah, I believe I showed him a restaurant I wanted to go to.
That's you here, right? You want to go one day, question mark?
I think, is that him?
Oh, that's him, you're right.
That's him.
That's one of his old phone numbers, 904-575-7534.
Yes, that's his old number.
And he's like, you want to go one day? And you said, yeah, it's in the town center.
Yes.
And then what was your response?
I sent him a TikTok. I was responding to the TikTok saying, laugh my ass off, bro.
And then what was his response?
He said, I hate it here. I hate it there.
Why would he hate it there?
I guess he's traumatized about it. Somebody you know died out there. You don't want to go out there.
And his next response to you?
He says, I don't like the town center.
And then what did you say?
I said, you hate everywhere. We don't got to sit in.
And then what did he respond to you?
He's telling me 23 got killed in the town center. That's why I don't like it out there.
And then what was his next
He
response?
said, I don't like thinking about it for real. So when I do switch moves, like an MF.
And what was your response to this texting conversation?
I said, well, we don't have to go there if it's gonna bother you. I forgot about it. It's some other places we both ain't tried yet.
So this is a conversation that you have had more than once with Isaiah Chance. Isn't that true?
I think that's is it the one time?
You said you forgot about it, right?
No, I'm saying I forgot that happened in the town center because I've seen it on the news.
You knew who 23 was, right?
So he referred to 23, yes. I knew of the person.
Knew that 23 is associated with Young and Ace. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, I knew that.
He has confided in you about more than one death that occurred in this gang war. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I don't know of more than one. Which one you referring to?
You know Antonio Tilley died between October 6th and October 7th of 2023.
Yes, he told me his friend died.
He was traumatized by that, correct?
I mean, I wasn't around him to know if he was traumatized, but
Didn't
he
you-
said he was sad, yeah.
Didn't you have a texting conversation with him October 7th of 2023 when he said that he was traumatized and that he was mentally not well, not right in the head?
I think I remember that conversation. I asked if he wanted me to be around him for,
He needed
just
space.
more support. Yeah, but he didn't want me to come.
And you remember that conversation. He didn't want you around because he was not in the right headspace the day after his friend Tilly died, correct?
Yeah, I remember. I mean, who would be in the right headspace after they ran down?
And so much so that you agreed not to go see him, right?
Yeah, if you don't want me there, I'm not going to go.
And you were worried about him, right?
Yeah, but I know if he doesn't want me there, I'm not going to just go.
And that was October 6th and 7th of 2023. Are you aware that Charles Jones, his life, there was an attempt on his life that occurred on October 7th of 2023, the day after his good friend Tilly was killed?
I've heard about it.
You heard about it from Charles Jones, right?
Yeah, I believe he went live or something.
Yeah, and in fact, not only did you hear about it from Charles Jones, you had conversation on your phone about it, and you assured him you would delete it, right?
Delete what?
Delete. I'm sorry. You had conversations with your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, about it, and you deleted the conversations, didn't you?
About what?
About what he had done.
He never told me he did anything. I don't remember.
Let me ask you, with looking at your messages with him on October 7th of 2023, refresh your recollection? See that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've been in this trial, correct?
Yes.
You heard that the shell casings that was taken off of your boyfriend's best friend's Toyota 4Runner, that the ballistics matched the casings that were used to shoot at Julio Foolio, Charles Jones, on October of 2023, right?
Yes.
It's been tied to that ballistically, right?
Yeah, I've heard it.
And it occurred the day after Tilly was killed.
Yes.
And he was torn up, and you guys had conversations about it. You and your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, had conversations about that. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, he's telling me he's not himself right now. He needs space. He never told me he did anything.
Then what is it that you're referring to after he tells you to stay loyal, right? He tells you that. He texts that to you after that, after he said he needed some time, on October 8th, now that we're talking, the
Yes.
day after Charles Jones, where they tried to take his life, right?
I mean,
He says to you, don't go run off normally, what you normally do, be loyal, stay loyal. That's what he said to you, right?
yes, and you're misinterpreting what he's saying. When he says stay loyal, he means don't go cheat. Because, I mean, I'll talk to who I want to talk to at times. When he's not paying me no attention, I feel like you ignore me, you're doing what you want to do, I'm going to go talk to other people. So that's why he's telling me stay loyal, don't do what you normally do.
So when he's devastated because his friend died, and then he and his friend tried to kill their rival, what he's worried about is you staying loyal to him?
I mean, I guess so.
Okay. And so what are you referring to when you say In direct response to that, you're saying, it's fine, you're all right now, it's somebody close to you, not a random person, so I mean it's normal to feel how you feel. I'm not bae, we're straight, we're just together, we're good. I deleted what you said, and I'm not texting nobody, even if you don't want to talk about it at the moment. So what exactly are you referring to that you deleted?
He told me to delete a message with somebody's texting me. It was a different guy.
So again, he's worried about you cheating. He didn't make any sort of confessions and confide in you as to what happened on October 7th?
No, he didn't.
And so when you are with law enforcement and they are interviewing you and they bring up Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, and they specifically talk about this beef, you lie to them and act like you don't know nothing about that, right?
Yeah, he asked me if I had knowledge, like I knew exactly who did what. Like, no, I don't have no direct knowledge. I know what's on the internet, but I didn't assume that's what he was asking me, so I said no.
You know nothing about Julio, the big rapper, right?
I said I know what's on the internet. I don't know personally if it's true, who did what.
You know more than what is on the internet. Isn't that true, miss?
No, I actually don't.
You have just read to the jury about different deaths.
That's on the internet in our city. I don't know if it would be in
And-
Tampa, but Jacksonville is on the internet.
And also a person you know that's been shot, Will.
Yeah, I went to school with him, so I know.
Okay, so that's not just on the internet. That's something that you lived through, right?
I didn't live through it. I mean, that's his situation. I just know about it.
And you're dating Isaiah Chance Gutta, right?
Did he get me at that time?
And you know that his best friend, 23, has been killed.
I mean, okay, that's his friend. That's not my friend.
Okay. But you're aware of it, right?
Yeah, I'm aware.
And you know that Tilly has been killed.
Yes, that's his friend. That's not my friend.
But again, you are aware of it, right?
Yeah, it's on the internet.
And you know that Bibby has been killed.
Yes, just like everybody else knows.
And you yourself know about it.
This is on the internet.
And law enforcement are informing you that they are asking you about the death of Charles Jones in Tampa, right?
Yes.
And they are talking to you and they are mentioning that they know the beef between these two groups, right?
Yes.
And your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, is connected to many of the people who have died in this rival gang war.
Yeah, he's connected, not me. So,
But you know about it.
yes, I know.
And you lied to law enforcement and withheld all of that information, knowing that they are investigating another death in this rival gang war, right?
I mean, in the beginning, they told me to talk about what I want to talk about. I don't have to talk about what I don't want to talk about. And I didn't want to be in the middle. I don't know for sure of any of these deaths for real. I looked on the internet. I don't know, so I didn't answer it.
They read you your Miranda rights, right? They told you that before they read you your Miranda rights, right?
I don't know if it was before or not.
You didn't just watch this video?
Yeah, I don't remember if it was before, though.
They read you your Miranda rights and told you you had the right to remain silent, that you were in the driver's seat, right?
Yes.
They also informed you you could have an attorney present with you if you wanted to, right?
Yes.
And you chose to speak with them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what I was there for, so I didn't have a problem speaking to them.
You didn't know what you were there for? They told you multiple times that you were there for the murder investigation of Charles Jones, right?
I'm saying as soon as it started, when I got arrested from my house, they said I had a warrant for resisting arrest. So that's what I assumed I was going to jail for. I later ended up in a room with two guys. So I did sit there and talk.
Who told you what you were being questioned about?
Yeah, and I had no issue. I can answer the question.
And then multiple times in that interview, they were trying to impart to you the seriousness of what you were being questioned about.
Yes.
You would agree with that statement. Multiple times they tried to reach you and let you know how serious these charges were.
Yes.
And they asked you for details about who was involved involved, and they started showing you evidence.
Yeah, they did.
And in that moment, you chose to protect your boyfriend. Isn't that true?
I wouldn't say I protected him. I literally pointed him out, so that's not protecting him.
You never said that he was involved with a homicide, did you?
I didn't know if he's involved in it, so why would I tell him that?
You never said who or gave descriptions. If you truly believed he had nothing to do with this homicide, then why wouldn't you just share information and tell them and give them descriptions, even if you didn't know their name, what they look like, and where they came from?
I mean, again, I didn't know for sure, so I didn't answer that. And I'm not about to do that job for them, put my life on the line, to be in the middle of that, so I didn't answer it. I answered everything pertaining to me. Anything about them, I didn't answer.
You didn't seem like you were afraid in that interview. Were you afraid in the interview or not?
I was, but I handled myself well.
Okay. You weren't afraid of Isaiah Chance?
No, he's not even in there, so why would I be?
So, well, then I don't understand. Were you afraid to give up their names because you're afraid of them? You're afraid of Isaiah Chance and Davian Murphy and Rashad Murphy? Or are you protecting them in that interview?
I wouldn't say I'm doing any of that. I mean, you understand it's about a gang. I'm a female. I don't want to be in the middle of it, so I didn't answer it. And I don't know for sure if they did anything at the time of that, so I didn't say anything.
Then why are you up here testifying about how Isaiah Chance hit you?
Because, I mean, that leads up to why I act the way I act out of town.
You were afraid of him or not? Are you afraid of him? Does he beat you? Are you afraid to stand up to him?
Yes, at times.
And you said, I think you said in your direct examination, that people can't really understand because they don't know when you cannot leave. Is that what you said? Something to that
I
effect?
said people wouldn't understand a domestic violence relationship because you'll think, why don't you leave? Why don't you walk away? It's not that easy unless you're in it.
But that's not exactly true, is it?
It is true.
You say you cannot leave. You did not live with him, did you?
No, I didn't.
You never lived with Isaiah Chance.
No, I didn't. But he knew where I stayed. He would pop up at my house, ring the doorbell all times of the night, so I couldn't go nowhere.
He
So
never had financial control over you. He never paid your rent, did he?
I don't pay rent, so no.
You live with your parents.
Yes.
You live with two loving parents in a safe home. Isn't that true, Miss Andrews?
Yes, I do.
And you never mentioned to your mother or your father that Isaiah Chance was hitting you or abusing you ever, did you?
I did.
You never reported it to police?
No, she asked me, but I didn't want to cause any problems with him or his family, so I left it alone.
So you had choices, didn't you?
That was the very last time, so I told them.
Are you afraid of him and do things because you are fearful of him? Is that what you testified to on direct?
Yes.
So fearful of him that you have to do everything he says. Is that correct?
At times, yes.
And you are claiming to this jury that you're not in a relationship with him anymore. Is that true, ma'am?
I'm not. I said he may think that because I never broke up with him, but
Do
I'm
you
not.
think that he thinks that because you still talk to him even though he's locked in jail, right?
Yes, I do still talk to him, and that's because of my issue. I don't want to cause any safety issues in this jail. He sends me verbal messages and where I'm at, so, I mean, I just keep him at ease. There's nowhere for me to go.
What safety issues? He is locked up for first-degree murder charges and cannot get to you. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I mean, you do know his ways in a jail. You can send messages to people. People look at me sideways. Oh, that's your boyfriend? He said this. He told me to tell you this. Like, it's safety issues. Like, literally before I came to trial, a deputy told me one of my co-defendants were trying to have me jump. So I just do what I had to do.
You were also safely in jail. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I want to say safely. You can get in a fight at any time.
Okay. There are all kinds of deputies. Is that correct?
Yes. All of them don't do their job also. So.
And we're not talking about your safety from other people. We're specifically talking about your safety from Isaiah Chance, someone you claim to be so afraid of that you will go along and do anything for him, right?
I wouldn't do anything for him, but
You wouldn't go along with a murder plot for him?
no, he never told me anything about a murder plot.
And you wouldn't try to call him multiple times incorrectly from the jail, right?
What do you mean incorrectly?
You're not allowed to phone another inmate, can you?
I don't call him like that, so what do you mean?
You're right, you don't call them like that. You have to break policy of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and do some kind of three-way call involving Isaiah Chance's mother. Isn't that true?
Yeah, we do that.
You do it all the time, right?
Yes, when he asks for me, I do it.
As for you, you have to initiate your own phone call. He can't call you in the jail either, can he?
I said when he asks for me, I do it. If he tells me to call, I'm going to call.
It's not just that he answers for you. You can't call him directly. Isn't that true, ma'am?
No, I can't.
You have to coordinate and you have to make arrangements with some third party who is not in jail so that you can talk to him. Isn't that true?
Yes, and like I said, it goes back to me keeping him happy. I don't want to cause any issues while I'm here. If he gets mad if I don't call him, it's no telling what he's going to say. They can all, I'm the odd one out of this. They can all turn around and say, oh, it's Alicia. And I'm not getting in the middle of that. So I keep him happy while I'm here. He wants me to call. He wants to talk to me, let him know about the baby. He lets me know. I let him know I'm okay. That's what I do.
You call him 5 to 10 times a day in there.
Yes, when he says call back, I call back.
And you also do messages. There's a kiosk system where you can kiosk with him. Isn't that correct?
Yes, he texts me and I text him.
And you have intimate conversations about your case, don't you?
Yes, when he asks, I let him know.
And he sends you messages which could be called sexting, right?
Yeah, he do. I keep him happy, like I said.
And you're no longer in a relationship with him, correct?
No, he thinks that.
And you call him multiple times a day, every day, for several months. Isn't that true?
Yes, like I said, I'm doing what I have to do. I'm not going to let him know. I'm not going to get on the phone and act like it's a change. I'm acting the same. I'm doing what I have to do.
Ma'am, you understand you're on trial for first-degree murder, right?
Yes, I do.
And it's for hanging out with him.
I do.
And you are still protecting him, right? To this day, you're protecting him.
I'm not protecting him.
You are still calling him and communicating with him, aren't you?
Yes, it's not protecting him, though.
So much so that you call his mother, right?
I do.
And you have been advised and you report to his mother that you don't care that your attorneys tell you not to talk to him. You're going to do it anyway, right?
Yes, because I feel like that's the best way to do it.
Okay. So you are so desperate to talk to him and have communication with him, you don't even care if it may be hurtful to your case.
I wouldn't say desperate, because when I did disappear and listened, he texted me from another person and said, why are you not listening to me? Why are you not responding? When are you going to get it through your big red forehead? And all these other things. So I started back talking to him.
So now again, you're talking to him because you're still afraid of him, right? Even though he is locked up for first-degree murder charges and cannot go near you.
I didn't say physically come to me. I'm talking about other people.
You take advice from him, don't you?
I listen to it.
He discusses the case with you many, many times. Isn't that true?
Yes, because he knows I don't know, so he tries to make sure I know everything.
In fact, he tells you to kind of stay strong because the state thinks you're the weaker link. Has he told you that before?
Yes, he told me that.
Have you responded to him on, let's see. Recently is June 27th of 2025. Did you tell them half the witnesses are dead, you're listening to Jacksonville, and they don't sell shit? I'm just lost because this is all pointless.
Said what?
Did you say to him Half of their witnesses are dead. You're listening to Jacksonville, and they don't solve shit. I'm just lost because this is all pointless.
Yes, I told him, and that's my opinion. I don't understand why I'm here. It's really about them.
So you're still talking about what you're charged with him.
Yeah, he's aware, so I can say that.
And he tries to tell you what you should do in your case, right? And he tries to tell you what is the plan about the Airbnb. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, and I don't control him, so he talks about what he wants to talk about.
Don't you say in response to him telling you all that, you don't got to say all that. Don't walk me through those stops. You said that, right?
Yeah, I stop him when he talks about the case because I already kind of know that. So he tries to let me know, and I already know.
It's not because you've already discussed what you two are going to say that you're on some kind of vacation to Tampa.
No, we haven't.
That's not what you're referring
talked
to?
about that. No. He's talking about the girl in the Airbnb.
On July 5th, 2025, you didn't tell his mother that you made the defense attorney's investigator so mad because you told him you're not going to leave until you want to, and that they can't tell you who you can talk to, specifically referring to him. Isn't that true?
I was referring to other people, but he too.
Because you are not going to give him up. Isn't that true?
Like I said, I'm doing what I think I should do to keep him happy.
And that is calling him hundreds of times, multiple times a day.
Yes, you don't see the other messages when he asks us. He says, can you call? I need you to call. Are you okay? How are you? How's the baby?
So at some point, when I say you guys are off and on, there are times where he doesn't want to talk to you. Isn't that true, ma'am?
At times.
And there are times that he blocks you, right?
Yes.
And right before, let's talk about June 17th of 2024, right? This is
Yes.
within a couple of weeks of this happening, right?
I think a couple of days. Yeah.
June 17th, 2024, he blocked you. So you got to resort to a text now chat, right? That's not a normal means of texting on an iPhone, right? This is a special app.
Yeah, that's the app, but pertaining to him, I always text on text now when he blocks me.
So he's blocked you before, right?
Yes, whenever he's mad, he blocks me.
So sometimes he's ended communication and broken up with you, right?
Not broken up, he just goes off for a day or two.
And so can you read to the jury what it is you texted this person that you're afraid of?
Oh, I said, bitch, you a sicko. Why you blocking me over a call I didn't even initiate? Trying to act like you mad, and I make people comfortable.
You need to speak, I'm sorry, Ms. Andrews, the court reporter's going to take down what you're
My
saying,
bad.
so you got to speak real slow, okay?
I said, bitch, you a sicko. Why you blocking me over a call I didn't even initiate? Trying to act like you mad, and I make people comfortable. I didn't do shit to make nobody feel comfortable. It was out the fucking blue. Why the fuck are you acting like it's my problem? You just wanted to have a reason to talk. I messed up when I was typing. To talk to ugly bitches you talk to. Everybody you come across, you touch, you fuck them up. You're not even mentally there and stable in the head for no relationship, even when I didn't do shit to your ass or start a conversation. You still fucking mad, the fuck. And then I said, and you acting like I'm not pretty. You're gonna talk to me one day, so I don't give a fuck about your attitude. And I said, bye, bitch.
So this reconciliation that you're talking about, this is what he is trying to stop communication with you, right?
This is one of the things he do. So when you say stop communication, he just disappears for a day. He doesn't even really mean it. He's gonna pop up the next day and be like, what you doing?
So you weren't trying to make this jury think when you first testified that there was domestic violence in your relationship, and this reconciliation was you trying to get back with him and him trying to reconcile with you because of something he did, right?
Wait, can you repeat it?
Yes, I can. You're not trying to make this jury believe that he was the one trying to reconcile with you after he hit you or something, are you?
I don't know what you mean by that pertaining to the message. I'm just cursing them out.
No, I said when you guys get back together, I thought you told the defense attorney on your direct that this was some kind of reconciliation trip. You
It
guys
was.
trying to get back together, right?
It was after I sent that, he did eventually end up texting me, not on there, but he texted my phone and we're back cool. We always do that.
And why is his little brother coming on this reconciliation trip with you?
I mean, I don't know that. That's something you have to ask him. I didn't know he was even going.
But you know why you were going, right?
Yes, he invited me and I thought it was going to be us two.
And it wasn't, right?
Yeah.
And you get to an Airbnb and you're only there for a day.
Yes.
And you go nowhere except for 3 clubs. Is that correct?
Yeah, in McDonald's.
And again, not with him and Davian Murphy, right?
Yes.
So what exactly was planned for this trip where you two were going to get back together after fighting?
It wasn't necessarily get back together. It was just to spend time. I didn't have a plan. Oh, if we get down here, go here, go here. If we go out, we go out. If we don't, I would be fine with that too.
So now it's not a reconciliation trip.
No, we are getting back cool, but I'm saying it wasn't a big deal to go out nowhere. That was his decision.
You kind of just testified he didn't spend any alone time with you that entire night, right?
He was up there, but eventually he would go his own way.
Okay. You said that he didn't go with you anywhere, and you did not go with him to when they first checked out teasers around 10. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was still in the bed at the time.
And you lied to law enforcement in that interview when you said it was just the two of you, right?
The two of us went because I mentioned Sean too.
You did, but that wasn't until later on in the conversation. When they first asked you about the Airbnb and the door, you specifically said, it's just me and him. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes, I did say that because I meant like when we first came in, it was just me and him.
So again, there was no planned story that if the two of you got caught, that it was just going to be you and him on a romantic getaway.
We never talked about caught. There's nothing to get caught about because I didn't do anything.
So again, no conversation ahead of time if you were to get caught about what your story would be.
He never told me nothing about getting caught. When he got interrogated, he came back and told me that's what happened. And then he said, you don't have to worry about that because we didn't do anything.
When did you have the conversation with him about his interrogation?
When it was the first time they searched his house.
Before you were interrogated by law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
So there was some discussion about what it is that law enforcement was going to be questioning you about in that interview, right?
He didn't mention the guy. He just said our trip out of town.
Okay. Such a coincidence, right? He mentions the trip out of town. You still aren't suspicious. You have still no idea a murder happened. But after he's arrested for not a homicide, just for what?
It
A
was
resist?
resisting arrest.
You guys are talking about the trip to Tampa.
I mean, not in detail. He just said the trip.
But he wasn't arrested in Tampa, was he? He was arrested in Jacksonville by Duval County Sheriff's officers. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes, but I'm saying
For-
after they arrested him, he
for
let me know
leaving?
what it was for.
For leaving the scene, right?
No.
So what? Oh, for resisting arrest. Nothing that had to do in the charges of Tampa, right?
No, they left us sworn and it said the conspiracy thing on there and something else.
Jacksonville, Duval County left the conspiracy and murder charge up there for
I don't
him?
know if it was Jacksonville, but it was on one of the papers.
And so that's what led to a conversation of you all being down in Tampa. Is that correct?
Yeah, he just said it was about the trip to Tampa.
So when you testified to this jury that you had no idea why Tampa officers were pulling you in for that interview, you were lying up there on the stand?
It's not what I said. I mean, he didn't go in full detail about what they were coming to about Tampa. He just said the trip in Tampa.
You said you had no idea why these officers were pulling you into that interview room. Isn't that
And I
what you just
meant
testified
because
to?
when they came to my house, they were coming for resisting arrest. So I didn't know why Tampa was coming to talk to me.
But that's not what you just said, because you said after the resist charge, before your interview, you and your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, were talking about what happened in Tampa.
That was way before, I mean, like, when he got arrested.
So let's talk about some more lies that you told law enforcement. You said that you could not remember how it was you got through the back door of the Airbnb, right? You have any memory issues?
No, not so.
Overruled, go ahead. I'm sorry, what was the answer?
I
Any
said
memory
no, I
issues?
mean, I'm not slow. What do you mean, memory issues?
Well, they're talking to you within a couple of months of you coming to Tampa, right?
Yes.
You don't come to Tampa every day, right?
No.
And you were with your boyfriend at this Airbnb, correct?
Yes.
You saw those videos of you at this front door. Can you take a look at the photo behind you?
And for
Yes.
the record, what are you showing her?
I'm showing her State's Exhibit 60. You recognize this Airbnb?
Yes.
And you saw the other video, State 61, where you are on the Ring camera, right?
Yes.
You're only on that Ring camera entering this front door 2 times, right?
Yeah, I think it was 2 times.
On June 22nd of 2023.
Yes.
And then you are not on that front door Ring camera at all, correct?
No.
And they don't just ask you about the front door. They ask you, you leave. You leave 2 times and come back, right?
Yes, I did.
You left and you went to the McDonald's with Davey Murphy and your boyfriend Isaiah Chance, right?
Yes.
And you didn't go out this front door and you didn't come back this front door, right?
Right.
Can you take a look at the video, ma'am? We're going to show you how it is you get to the back door of this Airbnb. This is the back door, right? This is how you would have to get in when you're going to the back door, right? You got to walk through this grass pathway. And then open this door, this gate, right? And then it takes you to the sliding glass doors, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They didn't just ask you about the front door. They asked you what door you got in when you came back from the McDonald's, right?
Yes, they did.
And you didn't tell them, if you have nothing to hide, and we're just talking about an Airbnb, you didn't just say, I went through the back door, right?
Yeah, I didn't say that.
You lied, right?
I don't think I answered it.
You said, I don't remember.
Yeah, and I probably was aggravated at the time, so.
But it's a lie nonetheless, right?
Yeah.
Because certainly you're not going to make the jury believe that you going through some dark pathway in the middle of the night to leave and then get back is something that you're not going to remember, right?
I mean, not necessarily. It wasn't a big thing to remember that day.
Even though you're being questioned on a first-degree murder charge, you can't even tell them that you just left the back door to go to McDonald's?
Yeah, but I'm saying I didn't really remember that, so, and I was aggravated, so.
It's a lie. You lied to law enforcement knowing they're investigating a first-degree homicide.
Yeah, but he was just asking about a back door, so I didn't see any relevance.
So it's okay to lie to law enforcement if you don't think it's relevant, right?
No.
You have no clue what they're planning, right?
No.
You see the 2 spots here?
Yes.
They're open, right?
Yes, they are.
Where's the Impala?
It's parked on the side.
Where on the side?
And one of the other parking spots they had on the side.
Close to where that back door is, that side parking lot where the back door is?
I don't remember if it was close. I think it was like in the middle.
They had some bags, right? You have a bag right there.
Yeah, my bad.
So when all of those bags and stuff are unloaded, except for yours, they have to go through that back pathway to load all of those heavy guns, right?
I mean, I can't answer that. I didn't see them carried in there.
And you didn't see Davy and Murphy in there either, did you?
Not when I first got there, no.
But eventually you did see him, right?
Yes, later on.
States Exhibit 38A. So again, you saw him at the Airbnb.
Yes.
He's staying at the Airbnb.
I mean, if you consider that staying.
You lied to law enforcement about there being any other individual at that Airbnb other than you, Isaiah Chance, and his little brother, right?
Yeah, I didn't answer anything about the other people.
So that's a lie, right, ma'am? You lied to them about Davy Murphy, a member of 1200, or an associate of 1200, being at that Airbnb.
Yeah, I didn't want to answer anything about them, so I didn't answer.
Also not relevant, right?
I mean, I wouldn't know, so.
36A. You don't know who this is, right?
At the time I didn't, but I do now.
You rode in a car with him for 3.5 hours, right?
Yes, I also went to sleep. I didn't really look at him like that.
You have been to his house for a barbecue. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes.
He was introduced to you by your boyfriend of over 3 years of his second family, right?
Yeah.
He introduced you to all of his family members, right?
I didn't say all the family members.
You said he introduced you at that barbecue and said, "This is my second family," right?
Yes, but I don't know if that's his real family members.
So you're suggesting to this jury that when you are being introduced by your boyfriend to his second family, that he posed some fake people next to him?
I'm saying I don't know if he was talking about everybody that was standing there. Could have been talking about particular people.
But certainly Sean Gathright was there, right?
Yes, ma'am, he was there.
He's one of the people, he's saying, "This is my second family," right?
No, he said little brother to him.
Part of his family. And then the rest of the people was his second family, right?
Yeah, you could say them second family.
And you care about Isaiah Chance?
I did.
And you would have us believe that after he introduced you to his little brother, his second family, you went off in some second room and never looked at his face?
I didn't go out to the second room. I just got a plate and went back to the car.
You hid in the car, right?
Yeah, I don't really talk much, so I got back in the car.
Oh, so you never had a conversation with him?
No, I just said hey and bye.
And you can't tell that this person in 36A is the same person in 36B?
I mean, at the time I didn't really look and I just glanced at the picture. I said no.
And in the entire 3.5 car ride, you never looked at his face either?
I'm not staring him down, so I mean, no.
And at the entire time that you're at the Airbnb with him, you never looked at his face or had one conversation with him?
I didn't have a conversation with him, but I maybe glanced.
You were walking next to Isaiah Chance at Teasers. You were walking next to him at that parking lot when he was at Truth 18. I'm not going to play the videos again. You saw that. You guys were walking right next to him.
If you consider that right next to him, yes.
Some points you were a little behind him. Is that correct?
Yes.
And some point you were right next to him. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And there were points when he has that phone, your phone, up to his ear.
Yeah, at certain points.
And at one point, when he has it up to his ear, he has to give it to you so you can do what?
Put the code in. That was at the first club.
And that's right. Put the call in, right? There is a call that is happening. And
I said the code.
the code. But there is a call happening. He's actually on the phone, right?
At the first club, he attempts to make a call, yeah.
Attempts, right? It's literally up to his ear.
Yeah, I don't think it went through.
Oh, because you're right next to him. You would know, right?
I mean, he didn't say anything, so that's why I said I don't think it went through.
And at some point, he hands it to you so you can do what?
I mean, I didn't put the vote back in after that.
Just the one time?
Yes.
It didn't go off any other time that you were with him, from the entire time to teasers, to Truth 18?
I mean, later on, I think, yeah, at the next club, yeah.
What about in the car?
No, the car was still unlocked.
And you never heard him utter one word on that phone while you were next to him in the parking lot at Teasers?
Jesus is the first club, right?
Yes, ma'am.
No, he didn't say anything.
And he never said one thing the entire time when you guys are sitting in that parking lot at Teasers at the same point when Charles Jones is there.
He said something, but he didn't say anything about him.
What did he say?
He just was saying how all the people are just standing there, standing around.
He never had one phone call?
I mean, he tried to call. I don't know. Again, I don't know if it went through.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 94C1. You see this when he's on the phone actually sharing a live location with Sean Gathright that's occurring at 2 a.m. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
He does that multiple times. So he has your phone a lot in that car, right?
Yes.
And so anytime there's an activity on the phone, you got to do what for him?
Lock it, but he never locked it back. He didn't respond. He just went and got on something else.
He doesn't lock the phone, right? That's something that happens automatically based on time, right?
Yes.
When that phone locks up in the parking lot, it's not because he locked it. It's because there's a timing mechanism on your iPhone that makes it go dark, right?
I mean, yeah, but the first time we got out the car, it's my phone. He stops me and asks for it, so it's not unlocked when he asks for it.
And then at some point, he starts texting NIGGA, pick up the FNO. He says that. He doesn't text it just once at 2:31. He sends this text again at 2:31 and 24 seconds. So he wants somebody to pick up that effing phone. Are you claiming when he's texting that, he's not saying anything to you?
No, not about that.
Do you see him desperately going like this?
No, not like he rushing. He just regularly typing.
He just casually texts,
Yes.
pick up the effing phone. Twice.
Yeah.
And that was something that if he had done it very erratically, you would have noticed, right?
Yeah, but he was.
That might have tipped you off that something pretty important was happening, right?
I mean, if you say so.
So he's just casually typing that in, and then he's sharing the location again later, 2 hours later. But after this exchange, he never gets a phone call. There's no conversation in that car.
I don't remember having a conversation there.
But he's not sending one other text after he desperately texts that twice, right?
I don't think he did.
You don't think, or you're not willing to tell us?
I really want he texts, so.
And you don't remember or him hearing him have any conversation in that car?
Not right there, no.
And you remember Detective Ramos when he was sitting next to you and he was kind of acting out what he thought happened after he saw the video footage and some of the messaging, that he's right next to you in that car and he's saying, he's sitting this close to you, right? He's in the driver's seat, right?
Yes.
And you are in the passenger seat, right?
Yeah.
Remember that exchange? And he kind of imitates and acts out, hey, get here, he's going into the club now, you better get here now. That you're claiming something like that never happened.
No, I told you what he said.
Okay.
Only time he said something was when he flipped the camera and said it was packed and where y'all at.
Do you also remember, oh, so now they said where you're all at, right?
I'm talking about when he took the picture on the screenshot. That's what I said he said.
Okay, did you know who he was talking to?
I mean, no, but I assumed it was his friends.
Do you remember when law enforcement specifically asked you about the black Chevy Impala.
Yes, ma'am.
That black Chevy Impala happened to be at the Home to Suites, correct?
I mean, yeah, but at the time I didn't know that.
You didn't see the black Chevy Impala when your boyfriend was circling around the parking lot not once but twice?
No, I didn't see that car.
That was a car that you had ridden down to Jacksonville with Sean Gathright, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't recognize that car in the parking lot?
I mean, I'm not going to know if it's them, though. I don't know if it's them.
So just a coincidence that you happened to be at Home to Suites, right?
I mean, I'm not driving, so I can't tell you why he went there.
You got out of the vehicle with Isaiah Chance at both of those clubs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said on your direct examination that you went up to the bouncers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a lie, right?
I wasn't referring to those clubs. I was referring to Players Club.
The detectives never mentioned the Players Club to you in that interview, right?
No, he showed me a video of a parking lot, so I just assumed it was that club.
He showed you the video of the two of you walking out of that club, correct?
No, he showed me a parking lot, the first video when I said that.
He also showed you Julio Foolio, is that correct?
He did.
At the front door.
I believe he did.
And they specifically asked you at Teasers and at Truth 18, the two clubs that you went to, whether or not you had talked to the bouncers, right?
I think he did ask me.
And you said that you had spoken to them at both and that the price was too high, correct?
Again, I was talking about Players Club. I had the clubs mixed up at the time. I didn't know the names, and I didn't say specifically that. I said I talked to the bouncer, the guys that be at the front door.
And there's no footage at Players Club, right?
No. I said no.
You know that there's no video footage at Players, right?
I mean, if he would have investigated it, he would have found it probably.
And there is video footage at Teasers and Truth 18, correct?
Yeah, because that's all the detective went and looked for.
And you admit that you never went to any of the bouncers at Truth 18, right?
No, again, when I bring up the bouncers, I was referring to Players Club.
So you and your boyfriend on your reconciliation trip just went to walk in the parking lot of Teasers, right?
Teasers is the first club?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all you did, right? You just walked in the parking lot. You didn't even come close to the front door.
I mean, yeah, we were standing there, but it's his decision. He didn't want to go in there, so.
And you have no say in the matter on your reconciliation trip, whether or not you actually get to go into the club?
I mean, I didn't have an issue with it. If he didn't want to go, he didn't want to go.
So you're just happy on this trip to get back together with just walking in the parking lot?
I wouldn't say that.
Well, then you go to the second club, Truth 18. That's the club with the second story on the second floor.
Yes, ma'am.
And that same thing happens. You just walk in the parking lot, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm following him.
Yeah. You don't even really walk up to the door. And it's at the same point when Charles Jones is at that location.
I mean, I didn't know he was there, so.
But you're okay just walking in the parking lot, right?
No, actually, I was irritated. I didn't really care to go in that when he chose the last club. After he took me to 2 locations, we didn't go anywhere. At that point, I am aggravated, so.
Well, you said he didn't go in because it was packed, right?
That's what he said.
Well, there was, at the time when you're walking on that video, there aren't tons of people in that parking lot, right?
It was. There was people parked on the side as well.
You don't even walk up those stairs to see how many people are inside, right?
We went by how many cars are outside.
Oh, so that's the definition of how a car is, or how a club is packed, by the cars, right?
I mean, to young people, yeah.
You said the next morning that that Charles Jones, not Charles Jones, that Isaiah Chance, the one time he did come in, it was to what? So you could look at his outfit, give an outfit check?
Yeah, he was showing me various outfits laying on the bed. He said she could put back on what he had on because he had taken the pictures, and that's what we were talking about.
Because he cares how he looks like, right?
Sometimes.
He got got into a war with Julio Foolio online because Foolio was making fun of him wearing fake designer clothes, right?
I didn't know of that.
You had no idea about that?
No.
But he is doing an outfit check with you because he's concerned about it, right?
I mean, not really. You're just saying what you think I should wear, like a regular person.
And the two of you, you said you're going clubbing, right?
I mean, supposed to be.
Right. And how do you up when you go clubbing?
I mean, this will be our second time going clubbing, so he wears whatever he wants to wear. When I go, I just wear whatever I want to wear.
You just kind of said that he's very controlling about what you wear on your direct examination. And as a young woman, when you go clubbing, you get dressed up, right?
Yeah.
In fact, on your phone, you had hundreds of photographs on your phone and videos of yourself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He was wearing, it's June in Tampa, right?
Yeah.
He was wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt with the hoodie all the way pulled up and a COVID mask
Okay.
to go clubbing.
Yeah, he don't really go out, so I don't know what he would typically wear.
And you were wearing what?
I put on a... Okay.
To go clubbing.
Yeah, he don't really go out, so I don't know what he would typically wear.
And you were wearing what?
I put on a jean jacket. I think I had on the blue and a regular shirt.
Is that how you normally go when you're going out for a night on the town to go clubbing?
I mean, no. Eventually, when I first arrived, I had a dress on, but once I realized other people there, I took it off. So what you see me wearing is what I had on to McDonald's, and we stayed in the car, so I didn't go change. I mean, I just kept what I had on.
Because when you go clubbing, you normally look like 75C9, right? You like to get dressed up, wear a nice dress. Right?
Correction, I'm not clubbing in that. I'm out of town with my family.
Okay. And where are you going when you go out of town with your family?
Nowhere, I just put that on and take a picture.
Okay. But there are literally photo after photo, Instagram video after Instagram video of you going out with your friends, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not dressed in a jean jacket and what, were they sweatpants or?
No, they're just regular pants.
And when law enforcement asked you about Gutta, and I think the defense attorney played that for you, again, you specifically asked them why are they calling him that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you are just surprised because they're law enforcement and you feel that they should be talking about his real name or mentioning him by his real name, right?
I mean, I didn't mean it like that. I'm saying I would have thought they would have came in a different way. We're starting the interview and you just say, oh, Gutta, and I'm like, what? Like, I'm just confused.
But you didn't say what. You said, why do you call him that, right?
Yeah, that was my response. I'm saying in my head, I'm thinking, like, why are two detectives coming to me saying a nickname? Like, what is this about?
And then they laughed, and then they said, do you or you don't call him Gutta? And you shook your head no, right?
No, I don't call him that.
And it wasn't just you shaking your head no. You said, that's not a thing, right?
I mean, it's not a thing for me to call him that. That's what I meant.
But you just said, that's not a thing.
I said that's not a thing or something.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number. And Gutta, that's his rap name. That's the name that he uses for the gang, right? For those drill rap videos he makes. Gutta,
I wouldn't
Gunman.
necessarily say a drill name. It's just a nickname on Instagram.
But it's something you know, and you do call him that, don't you?
No, I don't call him that.
You just have it tattooed on your body, right? You have it tattooed down the middle of your chest. Gutta, right?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And that's not the only place. I'm also going to show you State's Exhibit 75G. It's there. It's a long tattoo, and it goes all the way down your chest, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're familiar that he calls himself Gutta.
Yeah.
And despite the fact that you have that tattoo on your body, you have never referred to him as Gutta?
No, I still call him by Zay.
That's not the only place on your body that you have that Gutta tattoo, is it?
No, I have another one behind my ear.
I'm going to show you state 75C11. That's it right there. So
Yes.
not once, twice,
Yes, ma'am.
referencing Isaiah Chance,
Yeah.
someone who you're no longer in a relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it wasn't a lie to law enforcement when you said that you don't call him that.
No, it wasn't a lie.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
At the time when that photo, you said your Isaiah Chance took that photo in the parking lot of Truth 18?
Yes, ma'am.
That is, at that timing, that is when Charles Jones and his party are still up on that second floor. And you're saying you never saw that?
No, I didn't look up there.
Where are you looking at?
I mean, at him.
And you're looking at him taking the photo?
I don't think I was.
What?
I don't think I was. I seen the picture after because it's in my phone.
Are you looking at him when the photo was taken, or are you not looking at him?
I don't think I was.
So what are you looking at?
I think I was looking at him.
At
Not like physically like what he's doing, just sitting there just staring.
You're not looking at the club that you're supposed to be going to?
I can't remember if I was or not.
Okay. Well, you said that you can tell if a club is packed based on the cars in the parking lot, right?
Yeah, but we were parked on the other side. It was more cars.
Right, because there were parking spots available in Truth 18, right?
I don't remember that.
You could have driven through the parking lot and not even got out of the car if you could tell a club is packed just on the parking spots, right?
I mean, that's not my decision. Again, he's driving, so.
No. You said how young people determine whether or not a car or a club is packed by the parking lot, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Both at Truth 18 and Teasers, there were cars in that parking lot. You didn't need to get out of the car to go up to the door to know that Teasers was packed, right?
Yeah, it was. But again, it's not my issue with the back places. This is.
Well, what the issue is, you keep on giving us another reason why it is that you're in that parking lot. You understand that, ma'am?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just following him.
No, you said that you believed that you didn't go in because it's packed, right?
Yes, 'cause that's what he said.
And you don't have to go into the club itself to know it's packed because of the parked cars in the parking lot, right, ma'am?
That's what I said. I don't know what he's thinking, though.
When you are at Teasers, you guys have to go around more than once to park because you can't find a parking spot, right?
Yeah, and then we see somebody coming out, so he just waited.
So it didn't matter that it's so packed you gotta wait for a parking spot to open up?
Well, we did get out, but, I mean, all the people in the front, that's when he decided he didn't want to go in.
So it's not the parked cars in the parking lot that tells you if the club is packed.
It is, but I'm saying, once you seen all the people up there and nobody was going in, he changed his mind.
Judge, I don't have anything further.
Okay, redirect.
Ms. Andrews, do you want to answer any more questions?
I can't.
I'll ask you one more question. There's a tattoo that's missing that hasn't been described on your arm here. What does that tattoo say?
Psalms 46, God is within her, she will not fail.
I must sustain the objection.
No
And is there another motion?
Judge, we would move to strike that from the record.
Granted, stricken from the record, jury's not to consider it. With you.
All rise. jurors are out there.
Okay, very good. Let's have Ms. Andrews walk back to the defense table. And do you anticipate calling any other witnesses? Oh, okay, very good. I'll have the rest in front of the jury. State, do you anticipate any rebuttal?
No, Judge, we don't.
Okay, very good. So defense, do you have any, now that you have rested, do you have any additional motions at this time?
You want to supplement our motion for disqualification and we'll make our second motion for judgment of acquittal.
Okay, we'll deal with the supplemental record regarding the motion to disqualify after the jury goes out. You can make your record. And so what's your second motion for JOA?
Second motion for judgment of acquittal, understanding that the standard has shifted now. So whether a reasonable juror could find that Ms. Andrews committed the offenses in this case. For all of the same reasons that we listed in our first judgment of acquittal motion, we're reiterating the very same thing. This is a purely circumstantial case. This is a case where Alicia Andrews is accused of first-degree murder as a principal. The state has to prove that Ms. Andrews intended for the result to happen and that she did some act that caused, incited, or encouraged the intent to kill Mr. Carl Jones. And in this case, the state has neither of those elements for a reasonable juror to find that Ms. Andrews did that. The same is true for the conspiracy. There is no evidence that Ms. Andrews conspired with any of her co-defendants. She didn't know two of them at all, barely knew one of them, and the only one she didn't know was her boyfriend. Again, zero evidence that Ms. Andrews did anything to conspire with her co-defendants in this case to kill an individual. There's no evidence that she knew anyone was going to be killed. There's no evidence that she intended for anyone to die. There's no evidence that she committed any act that would further a conspiracy or a plot to murder Charles Jones.
State your response.
Judge, again, there is overwhelming evidence in this case, beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt, that the defendant and her co-defendants conspired to commit this first-degree murder of Charles Jones, that there was planning, that there was premeditation, and that is the sole reason that all of them traveled here to Tampa, was to do this one mission. The video evidence is direct evidence. The hunting and stalking of the victim in this case is captured on video at 3 separate locations. There is coordination between both videos. The defendant is the one, her device, she is providing that device as coverage for her boyfriend. She's protecting him, so this is investigated, that he will not be caught or found. So there is a specific purpose. She is being used as coverage as well as part of the surveillance team, so he is not alone walking in that parking lot at both of those locations. She is the one who tried to book the Airbnb together before them at Tampa. It is clear in the messaging that she's booking it for us, is the language that she is using. It is being booked for one day. They are booking it at a location that is close where the victim is going to be. She's not even with the defendant when that first attempt is made. And she lied to law enforcement about it. That is consciousness of guilt. She continually lied, specifically about the Airbnb when first asked about it. She said, no, this is an interview that only happened within a month or so of this crime. There is no reason why she would not know exactly what those law enforcement officers were talking about. It's not until they tell her they have the phone message that she says, oh yeah, I did try to book it. I tried to get half off. It is very clear there's overwhelming consciousness of guilt evidence in this case where she is purposely trying to evade law enforcement. It's very clear from the phone evidence where she is gotten rid of her phone and she is talking to her a friend or her sister back at home watching the house where she knows law enforcement is looking for her, that they have her new device, and she is making fun that law enforcement doesn't really have the old device. Judge, all of that is consciousness of guilt. She is an active participant. She helped Isaiah Chance stalk that victim at multiple locations before they stalked him and hunted him down at the final location, and her and the defendant and had circled around the victim before the assailant came out and gunned him down.
All right, deny the second motion for JOA. There's enough evidence to go to the jury. Here is a copy of the final set of jury instructions, so I need you all just to quickly take a look at them, make sure there's no last-minute corrections we need to make, and then we'll come back in and do closing arguments, okay?
All rise. All jurors are in.
Okay, very good. Welcome back. Everyone have a seat. All right, defense, do you have an announcement?
This time the defense rests.
Any rebuttal from the state?
No rebuttal, Judge.
Okay, very good. All right. I believe you all have been given a copy, or you are going to be given a copy of the final set of jury instructions, okay? So you guys can read along with me. Okay, very good. All right, members of the jury, both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. Shortly, the state of Florida and the defendant will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the state of Florida and the defendant say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defendant has given her closing argument. I want to thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. Alicia Andrews, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crimes of murder in the first degree and conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crimes of which she is accused, there may be evidence that she committed other acts that would constitute lesser included crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree murder are second-degree murder and manslaughter. There are no lesser crimes indicated in the definition of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Alicia Andrews is accused of murder in the first degree and conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree in counts 1 and 2. Murder in the first degree includes the lesser crimes of murder in the second degree and manslaughter, all of which are unlawful. However, a killing that is excusable or was committed by the use of justifiable deadly force is lawful. If you find that Charles Jones was killed by Alicia Andrews, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was murder in the first degree, murder in the second degree, or manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. Justifiable homicide. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Excusable homicide. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following 3 circumstances. 1, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2, when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. Dangerous weapon is any weapon that, taking into account the manner in which it is used, is likely to produce death or great bodily harm. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Alicia Andrews may be found guilty of murder in the first degree or any lesser included crime. Murder in the first degree, count 1. To prove the crime of first degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, Charles Jones is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. 3, there was a premeditated killing of Charles Jones. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Second-degree murder, lesser as to count 1. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, Charles Jones is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. 3, there was an unlawful killing of the victim by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another in demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. Manslaughter, lesser as to count 1. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, Charles Jones is dead. 2, Alicia Andrews intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of the victim, or B, the death of the victim was caused by the culpable negligence of Alicia Andrews. Every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. I will now define culpable negligence for you. Each of us has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care toward others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or of the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to consequences, or which shows wantonness or recklessness, or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the rights of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Criminal conspiracy, count 2. To prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, the intent of Alicia Andrews was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. 2, in order to carry out the intent, Alicia Andrews agreed, conspired, combined, confederated with Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy, or other diverse persons to cause the first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. Principles. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Charles Jones occur. For second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Charles Jones. It is not necessary for a principal to know every detail of how a first-degree murder or any lesser degree of first-degree murder will be committed, as long as the principal intended the first-degree murder or lesser degree of first-degree murder to occur and did some act or said something that was intended to help and did help the first-degree murder or lesser degree of first-degree murder to occur. To be found guilty of first-degree murder with a firearm or any lesser degree of first-degree murder with a firearm or weapon as a principal, it is not necessary for the state to prove a defendant knew another participant of the first-degree murder or any lesser degree of first-degree murder would be or was armed. For count 1 of the indictment, the state must prove that the crime was committed on June 23, 2024, between 1:40 a.m. and 7:40 a.m. Eastern Standard Time within a 3-mile radius of 11606 McKinley Drive, Tampa, County of Hillsborough, State of Florida. For count 2 of the indictment, the state must prove that the crime was committed between June 21, 2024 and June 23, 2024. The place where crime 2 of the indictment occurred was within a 10-mile radius of Interstate Center Drive and Clark Road, Jacksonville, County of Duval, State of Florida, and or within a 3-mile radius of 13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, County of Duval, State of Florida, and or within a 10-mile radius of 301 Caravan Circle, Jacksonville, County of Duval, State of Florida, and or within a 3-mile radius of 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane, Tampa, County of Hillsborough, State of Florida, and or within a 3-mile radius of 4819 East Bush Boulevard, Tampa, County of Hillsborough, State of Florida, and or within a 3-mile radius of 9700 North Nebraska Avenue, Tampa, County of Hillsborough, State of Florida, and or within a 3-mile radius of 11606 McKinley Drive, Tampa, County of Hillsborough, State of Florida. All right, State, to proceed forward with your closing argument.
Yes, Your Honor, may I please support defense counsel? Members of the jury, Charles Jones was a prominent drill rapper out of Jacksonville, Florida. He was known as Julio Foolio, Six, the Big Rapper. He had drill raps on Instagram, on YouTube. He had millions of hits and followers. He was well known in Jacksonville. They hunted him, they stalked him, they found him, they targeted him, and they gunned him down. That is the only reason all five of those individuals were here in Tampa, Florida on June 22nd, and then the early morning hours of June 23rd of 2024. The defendant, Alicia Andrews, seated over there, along with her fellow co-defendants, her fellow co-conspirators, Rashad Murphy, David Murphy, Sean Gathright, and her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. That is the only reason they came down to Tampa, was for that one specific purpose, to hunt and gun down Charles Jones. This was a rival gang war that has been going on in Jacksonville for years and years. You have seen those drill rap videos. You have seen the type of videos that they are. And Charles Jones came down to Tampa to celebrate his birthday with friends. Charles Jones had posted online drill rap videos disrespecting the other side, disrespecting ATK, disrespecting members of 1200. And the other side did the same thing. You saw those videos from Young and Ace, and the ones produced from ATK, and the ones produced by 1200. Both sides made fun of other members that have been gunned down in this horrific gang war that has been going on in Jacksonville for years. And one of the songs that Charles Jones made was When I See You, specifically making fun of the town center shooting where Young and Ace was shot and his little brother killed, and two other members of their group were killed, including someone who went by the name of 23, who was close to Isaiah Chance, the defendant's boyfriend of over 3 years. They had had intimate conversations about this rival gang war that had occurred.
Overruled.
They had had the evidence shows her messaging on her phone shows that she had had conversations with Charles Jones where she had been told by him about these deaths. They discussed the town center and how he could not go there anymore because what had happened at the town center. That is where 23 was killed. That is where Young and Ace was shot multiple times. There had been conversations on October 8th between her and her boyfriend Charles Jones. You know what happened on October 7th. Charles Jones was shot. There was an attempt on his life in Jacksonville. And you have seen ballistic evidence in this case that ties the people in this murder and this conspiracy directly to the attempt on his life in October of 2023. Sean Gathright, who is the arms person, who is the arms supply person, who supplies the weapons, who has the weapons and takes them away and transports them in the Chevy Impala and then transports them in the Toyota 4Runner and then eventually to his house. When he gets stopped in that Toyota 4Runner, there are rifle shell casings that are tested and compared to the shell casings that are collected from the October 2023 attempted murder, aggravated battery of Charles Jones that happens in Jacksonville, Florida. And it is the same gun that fires those shell casings, the ones that are found in Sean Gathright's vehicle and the ones that are found at the attempted murder scene of Charles Jones in October in 2023. They tried to kill him before and were not successful. And you heard that Charles Jones got on the internet and posted a video on the internet and taunted them after it happened, saying that they didn't get him. They planned to murder him, and this time they were not going to miss. This is a well-orchestrated, planned, first-degree, premeditated murder. State's Exhibit 22. This is at the Home to Suites, and we put many clips together, but this is Charles Jones, and this is his black Dodge Charger parked in front of the Home to Suites, and his girlfriend is behind him in her car. And you can clearly see that he is seated in the front passenger seat of that Dodge Charger. In the second clip, you're going to see at this location, this is the first time that black Chevy Impala carrying 3 armed and covered gunmen pull into that parking lot, and they don't go in front of where Charles Jones' vehicle is. You see them turn to the right. They are avoiding the line of sight of Charles Jones. They want to make sure that they get him. They never pull into the line of sight of Charles Jones and his party. Charles Jones now is laying in that front passenger seat with his feet up. The next clip that you see in State's Exhibit 22 is of the car pulling up of his friend. That's Typha McCrae, and in his vehicle is Camilla Bentley and Aaliyah Albritton. They pull up next. That's the next thing that happens in the sequence of events. The black Chevy Impala has already pulled in. It is now circling the parking lot so it can stay out of view. The next clip you're going to see is Typha McCrae and his girlfriend, Aaliyah Albritton, get out and go to the bathroom. Camilla Bentley gets into the front passenger seat. The next sequence is the silver Chevy Cruze. We all know who is in the silver Chevy Cruze. It is the defendant along with her good boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. They circle. They don't go to the right. They directly go by the cars of the victim and the victim's party. These are cars that they are very well familiar at this point, because they have seen these cars at 2 other locations. They saw it first at Teasers, and they saw it at Truth 18. It is not a coincidence that the silver Chevy Cruze followed them to this location and then pulls off into another parking lot while it waits for that black Chevy Impala with the 3 armed and masked gunmen to get there. They are waiting for the gunmen to get there. And when the black Chevy Impala gets there, they come and they directly look for the victim and the victim's vehicles. Again, State's Exhibit 22. You're going to see that silver Chevy Impala with the defendant and her boyfriend circle around, and they are going to the exact area where the black Chevy Impala is. The second clip. After they have gone to where that black Chevy Impala is and the black Chevy Impala has parked, they then are now leaving, and they again are going for a direct line of sight where the victim and his friends are parked and sitting in their cars. State's Exhibit 22, you're going to see at this very moment, they can see where the victim is, that silver Chevy Cruze is passing where the victim is seated in that passenger seat. They are the eyes. They are the surveillance tracking team of this mission. And make no mistake, this is a mission. The assault hit team is the black Chevy Impala with 3 armed and masked men. 2 of the men are having assault rifles. Their faces are covered. One of them has all black. The other has a white ski mask. And then the third shooter has a Glock with a switch that makes it a fully automatic gun and a weapon. You're going to see in this next clip that the first person to fire is the person with the firearm. And it's very clear what person they are shooting at, what person they are targeting. They are targeting the victim, who is the passenger in the black Chevy Impala. They don't care about any of those other cars that flee and crash. In this next clip, you're going to see that they are specifically targeting the victim. They follow his car. They continue to fire upon his car. That is the only car that they are interested in, because the person who has taunted them, the person they unsuccessfully tried to kill months ago, survived. And now they are going to ensure that he dies. State's Exhibit 22. They are heavily armed. They are prepared. They are masked. They brought artillery with them. They are ready to kill Charles Jones. They didn't just kill Charles Jones. When they came to Tampa and they shot up that parking lot, there were many victims. There were 2 people that were in that car with Charles Jones. Xavier Edwards was shot. You see his injuries in this photograph. Gino Norris was shot. Not in a gang. Law enforcement very clear on that. Another victim in this crime. Camilla Bentley also shot, not in a gang. They didn't care who they hurt. They just wanted to kill Charles Jones. They weren't the only victims in this case. They shot up a public parking lot in a hotel that had guests, that had families, that had people that were dropping off their children at University of South Florida, that is just across the street from Fowler Avenue, the other road that intersects McKinley, where those hotels are. They shot up hotel rooms that had families in it, husband and wives and children. They didn't care who they hurt. Their focus was on Charles Jones, and they wanted to make sure that they killed him. In order to prove murder in the first degree, the judge just read to you what those instructions are. This is what the state has to prove: that Charles Jones is dead. That element, we only have to prove 3 elements beyond and to the exclusion of reasonable doubt. Charles Jones is dead. That has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. That has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. There is a mountain of evidence, and we're going to talk about the principal instruction, because she is a principal to this crime, and you treat her as if she had done everything her fellow co-defendants did. You put her in exactly the same shoes. She is criminally responsible for everything that her fellow co-defendants did in this particular case, and that there was a premeditated killing of Charles Jones. An act includes a series or related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is a killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. Premeditation can happen in seconds. There is no fixed time. There just has to be a conscious reflection by the defendant, where they reflect upon it and form that premeditated intent to kill. We are well beyond that in this case. This is a planned first-degree murder. Before they even got into that black Chevy Impala, they had planned to do this. They had got weapons together. They knew what sort of equipment they wanted. Not only did they have the type of weapons that fire rapidly, they intended to get away with this murder. They got brass catchers. They put those on the AR rifles, and none of the brass, none of the spent shell casings were left behind because they were collected. That is sophistication. That are people that planned to commit this crime and planned to get away with it. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you as jurors. From the evidence, it will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. The proof in this case is overwhelming, and you can see it yourself. Those videos are evidence. It is direct evidence. It is captured on video for all of you to see it. You saw what happened. You saw that they tracked and they stalked and they hunted that victim down in Florida and here in Tampa. He posted where he was going to be on his Instagram. She follows his Instagram. She doesn't like him. It's clear from her messages that she does not like Charles Jones. Why in the world would she need to follow him? She follows his Instagram, and on Instagram, well before he came to Florida, over 7 days before he came, he is posting that he is going to be at Teasers on June 22nd between 8 and 3 a.m. He also posts that he is going to be at Teasers on June 22nd. He is posting exactly where he is going to be. That is the reason why they are coming to Tampa on June 22nd of 2024. That is the only reason that they are coming to Tampa. She books that Airbnb. She does it on June 21st of 2024. She is trying to book the Airbnb. She's not the actual one that books it because the co-defendant, Rashad Murphy, ends up doing it. This falls through. But it is clear that she is in the loop. It is clear that she is participating. She is the first one that tries to book the Airbnb in Tampa. It's very clear. This happens on June 21st of 2024. We had Detective Ramos say to you exactly where she was when she did that. The judge read to you the date of the crime. And for count two, for the conspiracy count, the dates that we have to prove are between June 21st and June 23rd of 2024. And there are several locations that are involved in the conspiracy. But the first one is where she is located when she sends this. And she is not with the defendant, Isaiah Chance. Isaiah Chance is miles away on his own device, nowhere near her, when she herself is trying to book all of them an Airbnb. And there is a reason why they have her booking the Airbnb. There is a reason why, when she doesn't get the Airbnb, that Rashad Murphy uses the shared phone that he does of his girlfriend, Charmaine Steiger. Because when Julio Foolio, when Charles Jones gets killed, who do you think the primary suspects are going to be? It is going to be the high-profile rival gangs that are feuding with him online. So Isaiah Chance can't book the Airbnb with his phone. So Rashad Murphy doesn't use a phone. He's known as Ghost. He uses the shared phone of Charmaine Steiger because they know when law enforcement officers come looking and they know who's certified in a gang, that the first thing that they are going to look for is the usual suspects in this rival gang war. So Charles Jones isn't going to use his own phone. He's going to use the cover of his girlfriend. Just like Rashad Murphy isn't going to use his own phone, he's going to use Charmaine Steiger's phone. This is what they do because they want to ensure after this happens that they don't get caught. They also get rid of all of their phones because they don't want any sort of evidence to be linked and tracked back to them. So she says on June 21st of 2024 that she wants to book an Airbnb. She wants more than one bedroom, like two. And that doesn't fall through, or that falls through. And so Rashad Murphy on his phone, this is the phone that is confiscated in Rashad Murphy's possession when he flees from law enforcement in that silver Chevy Cruze, when he is found later by the Gwinnett County Police Department when they have put out an alert for that vehicle. And so he is the one on his phone, the extraction from his phone. There is the actual booking of the Airbnb that they end up using. And it is no mistake, it is no coincidence that this Airbnb on Gazebo Pond Lane is within miles, just a couple of miles of where Charles Jones, the victim in this case, is shot and killed. It is in no coincidence that that Airbnb is only within a couple miles of the two very clubs that he is going to be performing at or going to be at in Tampa, at Teasers and at Truth 18. And so the other location for count 2 of the indictment that we have to prove is that it was within a 10-mile radius of both Truth 18 and of Teasers, and those addresses are both in here listed as well. 4819 East Bush Boulevard, as well as 9700 North Nebraska area. I'm sorry, North Nebraska Avenue. Both of those locations are within Hillsborough County. The other address as part of this conspiracy is the Airbnb itself, that they were within a 3-mile radius of 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane, Tampa, Florida, County of Hillsborough. And the last and final address of that conspiracy is 11606 McKinley Drive, which is the address of the Home to Suites, as well as the address of Rashad Murphy, that phone when this Airbnb is booked. And that is another Jacksonville address that you will see on this date of the crime, where it says, sorry, I'm going to go to the address, 301 Caravan Circle, Jacksonville County, also state of Florida. And the final one is the house of Sean Gathright, 13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, Circle, Jacksonville County, Jacksonville, Florida, also County of Duval. Those are all the addresses of where acts that occurred in this conspiracy. And that is what we have to prove, and that is what we have proven. That is why Detective Ramos testified to exactly where this device was when they sent out this request to book the Airbnb and had it confirmed. And he had to send his driver's license to in order to secure and book that Airbnb. You have seen the search warrant that was executed on Sean Gathwright's house afterwards, and these firearms, there were 2 assault rifles that were taken, and they were collected and they were sent to Florida Department of Law Enforcement for testing. You saw the brass catchers, evidence in this case. All of this leads back to this first-degree premeditated murder and conspiracy to kill Charles Jones. What you saw in the video, the type of firearms that were used in this case, 2 of the shooters had assault rifles that had brass catchers on it, and they lead directly back to Sean Gathwright. His path was followed. We know where he went in the black Chevy Impala after leaving that Airbnb. There is video evidence of all 4 defendants, Davion Murphy, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathwright, and Alicia Andrews all were at that Tampa Airbnb. The only one who wasn't was Rashad Murphy. But because he took an Uber, we know he was at that Tampa Airbnb as well, because we see the Uber dropping them all off at Sean Gathwright's house. And you heard the testimony from the Uber driver, and he testified that the 3 people that he picked up at that Airbnb are the exact same 3 people that he dropped off. And then after we see Sean Gathwright leave, he's the one that takes the Chevy Impala to his grandmother's house in Auburndale. And then he switches vehicles because, again, he does not want to be caught driving the vehicle that contains the 3 shooters who gunned down Charles Jones in Jacksonville, Florida. So he switches vehicles. He leaves that vehicle at Grandma's house. And what does he do? He wipes down the entire car. He is getting rid of fingerprints. He wants to make it look like none of his friends were in that vehicle. They are very smart. They are very sophisticated. Those 2 shell casings, they are not from rifles. They were not fired by the guns that had those brass catchers on it. What those are 9mm shell casings. The only brass, the only casings that were left here at this homicide was 9mm. That firearm that had the switch that made it fully automatic, the one that you saw in State's Exhibit 22, the first gunman to fire directly at the windshield of the victim's vehicle, was a firearm. It was a 9mm, and it unloaded 31 shell casings onto the ground at that homicide scene where Charles Jones was murdered. And all of those shell casings were recovered. And you heard how 30 of them, they tried to get DNA off of them, were packaged specially and sent off to ATF. One of them was kept for Tampa Police Department to submit for analysis and comparison. And they did. They compared it to these 2 spent shell casings in the safe of Sean Gathwright's house. And they are a ballistic match. You heard from Amara Drew. She testified that she compared both of those shell casings to the one that was found at the murder scene and retained by Tampa Police Department for testing. And the same firearm that fired those 2 shell casings were rejected out of the 9mm are a match and ballistically identified to the same gun that was shot that you saw on that video, State's Exhibit 22, firing into the windshield of Charles Jones's car. You also heard about the spent shell casings that were recovered from Jacksonville, from the Toyota 4Runner of Sean Gathwright. Remember all of those shell casings that were collected. State's Exhibit 50 and State's Exhibit 49A through I. Both of those shell casings were collected and submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Some were from the Toyota 4Runner in that box. Remember the photograph of the box? And then they went and they retained from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office the shell casings that were recovered from the October 2023, October 7th, 2023 attempted murder of Charles Jones. And they compared those shell casings. And those shell casings, again, analyzed by Margeru, and they were matched, ballistically matched to the same firearm. They both were shot by the same assault rifle. The other part of the ballistic evidence that you heard about were the fragments that were recovered from the medical examiner's office. And they were sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to compare against the two rifles, the two assault rifles that were collected in this case from that safe in Sean Gathwright's house. And what Amar Drew could tell you is from that fragment that one of them was found that it did not shoot that projectile. So one of them did. The other one was inconclusive, and that meant there wasn't enough detail on that projectile, that fragment that was found in the victim's body to say that it was or to say that it wasn't. So those two assault rifles absolutely can be the assault rifles that were used in this case. They match the appearance. They have the brass hatchers on them that we saw was used in this crime. And because we don't have any spent casings, which again is part of their plan to make it difficult to link the firearms to this case, we cannot compare brass casings because there were none left at the scene. But there's definitely evidence in that scene in Sean Gathwright's house that are connected, and those are those 9mm that were found in that safe along with those two AR rifles. That is why you heard from Amar Drew, and that is why all of that evidence was brought down from Jacksonville, because it ties these defendants to the homicide here in Tampa and the attempted homicide of the victim in 2023. These were all of the type of ammunition that was consistent and capable of being fired in those assault rifles, also found in Sean Gathwright's home. And when we talk about planning and conspiracy, what we're talking about, we have the video evidence to prove and show all of it, just how well coordinated. Not only was it planned ahead of time, not only did they talk about it ahead of time, there was coordination each and every time. This was a mission to kill Charles Jones, and there was an assault hit team, and there was a surveillance team that the defendant was a part of. And again, when we talk about using her for cover, she was a part of it. She was an active participant. She's not just sitting in the car. She has a role to play. Her play is that she is going to give Isaiah Chance cover. They know who Isaiah Chance is. You heard from Robert Howard there. If he would have saw or recognized Isaiah Chance alone in the parking lot in Tampa in the same vicinity of his friend Charles Jones, they absolutely would have known that they were in danger. He wants to blend. That's what she is. She's covered. That's what they do. They use their girlfriends, and she is an active, willing participant, and she has protected him in that interview with law enforcement and on that stand today, and she continues to protect him. And the judge will read to you an instruction, and she will let you know that once the defendant takes the stand, you treat her like any other witness in this case. and you determine whether or not she is credible. You determine whether or not she is lying on that stand when she tells you that she had no idea of what was going on. Common sense does not leave this courtroom. There is no way that a plan this well executed, this well planned, that those killers would have brought in someone who had no idea of what was going on. She is a trusted confidant of her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. You heard those messages. You know not only is she a trusted confidant and that she knows all of the details of gang war, that she has been personally affected by this. And there is no love lost for Julio Foolio. Her boyfriend that she loves and that she is willing to lie for and ignore what her attorneys are telling her to do and still call him and talk to him 5 times a day, sometimes more, about this case, it is because she is still in a relationship. She is doing that knowing that every single one of those jail phone calls are recorded. That is how much she loves him. That is how much she is willing to protect him. You see this chart. They went and they stalked that victim at more than one location. And you heard from Detective Ramos, and you heard from their own experts, Thomas Pullen, that all of the phones belonging to Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright, that they were tracked, not Isaiah Chance, Davian Murphy and Sean Gathright, that they were tracked to teasers earlier that day, before the victim was there, that they were going up and down Hillsborough. You know what that is? They're casing it. They want to know where is a good opportunity to shoot and kill the victim. That is why they are there before. The phone evidence in this case is overwhelming. That with the video evidence, you got to see with your own eyes exactly what happened in this case. And at this first location off of North Nebraska, you can see exactly by this diagram where everyone went. Those 4 cars represent the victim's vehicles, and the blue represents Isaiah Chance and the defendant, and they are the surveillance stalking team. The black Chevy Impala, it never gets to the scene first in any 3 of those locations: Teasers, Truth 18, and Home to Sweets. And they only ever go in the parking lot. This isn't a reconciliation. This isn't a romantic getaway. This isn't a time for the 2 of them to get back together. There is one purpose, and that is to find Charles Jones. They never go inside. They never talk to a bouncer. Their one job is to see when Charles Jones gets there. They walk in the parking lot. This is June in Florida, in Tampa, Florida. It is hot out. Isaiah Chance, who cares about his appearance, who wants to know what his outfit looks like, who gets into a war of words with Charles Jones online because he's accused of wearing fake designer clothes, is not going clubbing in a gray hoodie with the hoodie pulled up and a COVID mask on his face. And neither is the defendant. She's not going in some kind of track pants and a blue jean jacket clubbing in Tampa if that is their true purpose. They are wearing COVID masks so that their faces are covered, and they are appearing as a couple so that Charles Jones and his friends don't have any sort of alert or warning that the other gang is here. And the people in the black Chevy Impala never get out because they absolutely know who Rashad and Davian Murphy are. They never get out until they are ready and they know that Charles Jones are in their sights. And it is only after the silver Chevy Cruze gets there and park. And that club is packed. They have to leave. They have to circle around the parking lot because that parking lot is packed. It doesn't matter that her boyfriend doesn't like a packed club. If that were the case, they would have never even pulled in. They are there for one purpose, and that is to get eyes on the victim. And the video shows it. There is no doubt that is what happens. She is walking less than a foot away from him at all times when he is talking on their phone. It goes beyond belief that she didn't hear every single word that he said. And she is not shocked. She is not trying to walk away from him. And she certainly is not surprised because she knew it. All of the conversations about the conspiracy, they happened well before the date that we charged for that conspiracy. And you know it did. You know with your common sense that this was talked about at many locations, at many times, and many different places that we have never alleged and we will never be able to bring to you. Because
Overruled, go ahead.
the defendant will never admit what she did. She won't admit it to Detective Ramos and the detectives of the Tampa police, and she's certainly not going to admit to you, because that would mean that she is confessing to conspire in a first-degree premeditated murder. But you know that those conversations happened because of what you saw on the video. She is not surprised. She is playing her role. She is playing her part. You saw those messages between her phone and Sean Gathright. Pick up the effing phone now. Pick up the effing phone now. They are desperate for communication. To suggest to you that there wasn't an actual phone call that occurred after that second text message is preposterous. And she is seated next to him in that silver Chevy Cruze. And to suggest to all of you that you don't know exactly the type of conversation that happened in that car that she absolutely heard and knew about because she is a part of it. Your common sense tells you that. It was well planned, well executed, and they would not have brought along a girlfriend unless she served a purpose. And she did. She was their cover. And you know from the stand, she admitted what had happened on October 8th, that phone call. She had to admit it. She didn't want to admit it, just like when law enforcement officers were questioning her. When I was questioning her, she in her memory, she knows the conversation she's had with Charles. I'm sorry, with Isaiah Chance. She knows their conversations. She knows what happened when his best friend, one of his good friends, was shot and killed on October 6th and 7th of 2023, and how upset he was. There are messages between the two of them where he is telling her how out of his mind he is with grief. And you heard her say, yeah, I had to stay away. I had to stay away. And then he's telling her to be loyal, to stay loyal. And then she is responding, don't worry, I'm straight. I will delete those messages. She is his intimate confidant. They have talked about this. And what exactly do you think that she needs to delete? What conversation could she possibly have to delete on August 8th of 2023? Charles Jones was shot on October 7th of 2023, and her boyfriend and the boyfriend's best friends are now ballistically connected to that attempted murder of Charles Jones. We know exactly what she's deleting. She's got his back. She had his back on October 8th of 2023. She had his back in that interrogation room with law enforcement where they are pressing her. And make no mistake, she knew why they were talking to her. She knew why they were questioning her. It's clear in her messaging to the person that they're making fun of law enforcement for having the wrong phone. She knows law enforcement officers are looking for her. You saw that text exchange. You saw her say, are they still there? It's very clear they're talking about police. And she's like, they still have my phone. It's just for a resisting arrest charge. Oh, too bad. They have a new phone. I don't have they didn't get the old phone, laughing my effing ASS off, right? That's consciousness of guilt evidence. There isn't any reason she needs to be laughing at law enforcement for having the phone, for having her new phone, and not having her old phone, unless the old phone has what? The old phone has evidence on it. And you heard from law enforcement, there's an Apple iCloud that she didn't count on, that they were able to get a backup of. They're able to get a backup of her phone of every single thing, messages, thousands of messages. But the one message area that they can't get is the day of the homicide. They are able to get it off Sean Gathright's phone. That's why we know that her phone and Sean Gathright's phone are communicating desperately when the tracking of the victim is occurring. You have video evidence of Charles Jones being stalked at Teasers for silver Chevy Cruze. You have video evidence of after the silver Chevy Cruze, the black Chevy Impala appears. Same exact thing happens at Truth 18. The two places where the victim advertised that he would be on Instagram, and she follows him on Instagram. And again, the same coordination, the surveillance tracking vehicle, the silver Chevy Cruze, with again, the defendant and Isaiah Chance, her boyfriend, in that car. You know that there are communications that are not accounted for in those call detail records, that there is some other application that they're using for those calls. You heard Detective Ramos. When that phone is up to Isaiah Chance's ear and he's walking on that phone, there isn't an attempted phone call. There isn't a missed phone call. There is no record of it. Those calls from that time period and those messaging are happening when he is in the car with her. So there is definitely another application that, again, shows sophistication. They do not want to be caught. They do not want to be tracked. They are very careful with what they are doing with their devices. You heard from their own expert that Davion Murphy and Isaiah Chance, they're not using their phones during the time of the homicide. And again, the same stalking that happens. The victim and his entourage get there, they go inside the club, and again, we have the blue being designated by the silver Chevy Cruze and the defendant and her boyfriend. And this is not a romantic getaway. To suggest is beyond common sense, beyond all reason. They are just walking around the parking lot. They don't make any attempt to go to the door. And the reason why the coordination of the video shows it is because the victim's party has just gone up those stairs and that they are on that second landing getting ready to enter in the club. They don't even go up to the sidewalk. They stay well in that parking lot and they end up walking to the sign. Is a sign a tourist attraction, something of interest that they would need to go to? They are purposely avoiding that door because Isaiah Chance knows Julio Foolio. And there is no reaction by the defendant. There is no surprise. There's no reaction like, why in the world are we walking through the sign and the roadway and not going to the club if they truly are going clubbing? It is because it is a lie. She knows exactly what is going on. You know exactly the type of conversations that are happening inside that black Chevy Impala. The homicide scene. You have seen video of this many times now. I'm not going to show it again. But again, there is that coordination. You saw the USF poll cam. It is their car, the defendant, and Isaiah Chance in that silver Chevy Cruze that is following behind the victim and the two other vehicles with the victim. They don't pull into the home to suites because they're not the gunmen. They don't have any of the shooters in their car. They have to wait. You know that there is, again, communication that has to be happening between two vehicles. It is no coincidence that at two locations where the victim is, the silver Chevy Cruze appears, and then shortly thereafter, the black Impala appears. And then at the third location, that is not ever advertised, never advertised anywhere. They just go to those hotels to get a room. The only way, the only possible way that Sean Gathright and that black Chevy Impala could possibly know where the victims are, because you know he's tracking them. You saw from his phone, he's trying to get this Kayla Enright or his sister to be able to call somebody who's with Six to find where he is earlier in the night when he's at the Airbnb. They're trying to get an address. There's only two locations they know where Charles Jones is going to be, and that is at Teasers and Truth 18. The only way the shooter, Sean Gathright, and the other two shooters in that black Chevy Impala could possibly know where the victim is because the silver Chevy Cruze, who has been following that car all along from Truth 18 to the home to suites, called them and told them. And as soon as the black Chevy Impala makes that U-turn and goes into that McKinley entrance, the silver Chevy Cruze with the defendant and the victim go right into the entrance and do what they have been doing all night, and that is act as surveillance. They are eyes on the victim. Where is he? And the reason why the gunmen know exactly where the victim is because that silver Chevy Cruze drives right in front of it and know where the victim is at the time of the shooting. Principles. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit or attempt to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did. If the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant intended to commit the crime and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit or attempt to commit a crime. There's an or there. They only have to do one of those things. Incite, cause, encourage, assist. She did more. She assisted. She did more than just assist. She participated. She was part of the tracking team. She tried to get the Airbnb, and she provided that cover for Isaiah Chance so that he could actively stalk the victim all night. Incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit. And then again, if we have proven those two things, you have to treat her as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did. You have to treat her as if she had done all the things that Isaiah Chance did, all the things that Sean Gathright did, all the things that Davian Murphy did, and all the things that Rashad Murphy did. I want to go back to murder really quickly. We have three elements to prove. One of the one thing that we never have to prove, one thing that is not on the murder in the first degree elements, and that is motive. The state never has to prove motive. Motive is something that is in a person's mind. We may never know the reason why things are done, especially when the defendant is not willing to say why they did a thing. So that is something that is not an element of the offense. We never have to prove motive. But in this case, there is overwhelming evidence of motive. You have heard about this gang war. You have heard how it has affected her, and you have heard how it has affected her boyfriend. And he is a part of it. He is in it. And he is out for revenge. And she is doing everything that she can to assist him in achieving what he wants, and that is for Charles Jones, for Julio Foolio, to be shot and killed. This is the evidence in this case. We had cell phone evidence, we had video evidence, and which quickly led to all of them, led to Jacksonville, that led law enforcement to this gang war, was license plate readers. There is no doubt that that silver Chevy Cruze and that black Chevy Impala were in tandem. Not only are they at all of those locations here in Tampa when they were committing this crime, they drove down together. These are the same points of interest when they are hitting off of the same license plate reader. The defendant, when she is in that interview room with law enforcement, I told you, she never admitted what she did. Just because a defendant doesn't admit what she did doesn't mean we do not prove intent. Doesn't mean that there isn't evidence, that there isn't overwhelming evidence, proof beyond all reasonable doubt of her intent. And that is called consciousness of guilt evidence. Evidence of a defendant who purposely evades prosecution, who purposely lies to law enforcement officers to evade getting caught. That is called consciousness of guilt evidence. There is a reason why a person lies to law enforcement. That is called consciousness of guilt, and that is evidence of her intent. If she truly knew nothing about this incident, if she truly was an innocent bystander, then the truth will set you free. If she would have provided law enforcement officers all of the information and been honest with them, then that would have shown that she had nothing to hide, that she was not involved in this, and she would have no reason to lie. If she truly didn't know what her boyfriend and their friends were doing, there would be no reason to lie. The interview would look a lot different. It would look like, I literally was just there with my boyfriend. This is what his name is. This is who he was with. This is where we came from. Yes, there were 3 other people there. I don't know how they got there. What else can I tell you? Because you heard law enforcement. They know that she has not been in trouble before. And they are pressing her. And they are trying to impart to her the seriousness of the allegation and the proof against her. They already have the video footage. They already have her phone. They already know her involvement at the Airbnb. But there is lie after lie after lie, just like she did on that stand in this courtroom today. And there is only one reason she needs to lie, and that is because the truth is that she is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder and conspiring with all of the defendants in this case to commit first-degree premeditated murder. There is no reason for her to forget how she gets in the door. And the detective may have had it wrong about her being the one to enter the access code. But what he certainly didn't have wrong is the lock code. That door is only unlocked 3 times. One by the person who first gets in and not captured on the video, and that's the one where you just see her walk in, because whoever, whether it was Isaiah Chance or Sean Gathright, very quickly exits or puts in the access code, gets in, and the door automatically locks behind. And she's coming along with her bag, and the door is shut and knocking, and nothing happens. That matches up with the lock code. She goes off to the back, and then comes back, and somebody lets her in on the lock code. Then there is a lock code where it is open, as if somebody is checking to make sure the lock is closed, but they don't open the door. No video footage of that. No other video footage from that night of her going to the McDonald's. She leaves to go to the McDonald's. She comes back. She leaves with all of her co-defendants to hunt down Charles Jones, and she comes back. Why in the world does she have to lie to law enforcement that she's using a back door? Because she knows she is protecting Isaiah Chance. She is protecting Rashad Murphy. She is protecting Davian Murphy. She went to Raines High School, and she would have you believe that she has no connection to Spaz, to Joe Rod Adams. He was killed. She was talking to her friend, her good friend Jewel Jones, about that homicide, and their good friend Will wasn't killed. But he was shot in that same homicide of Spaz, Joe Rod Adams. And Joe Rod Adams is the little brother of Rashad Murphy and cousin to Davian Murphy. And she would have you think and believe she has no idea who they are. Do you believe that she has no idea and had no conversation with either of them, and they all have the connection of a deceased person by the name of Joe Rod Adams? And in that 3.5 ride back to Tampa in the Uber with Rashad Murphy, she doesn't have one conversation with him. There are connection after connection to this gang war with all 5 of the co-defendants in this case. This Airbnb, she is lying to law enforcement about it because she is a part of it. She is in the loop, and she is covering for all of them. And she knows that she is covering for all of them, and she knows that they purposely knew that there was a video camera on that ring door. And regardless of whether law enforcement got it wrong about the door, they certainly got it right. She's the only one seen on it. Why in the world, if people are there on a just romantic reconciliation to get back together, when you have bags to unload and you are there for lawful purposes on vacation, you would park in the 2 spots designated for the apartment with the easiest way to carry bags in? They're right there. They're open. They're not taken. That is because they don't want to be seen on a ring camera in Tampa, less than 2 miles from the homicide scene, unloading those large, heavy bags that you saw Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright load into that black Impala. They have to make sure nobody is seen on camera, and they go around to the back and go through a backyard, not even a walkway, through some grass, to get to a back sliding door because they are all there to commit a crime. Again, she's covered. She's not involved in the gang. She can be seen on the ring camera. They can use her phone, because that is what the cover story is, right? That is the cover story. That is what she's sticking with. That is what she told law enforcement. that she's just there with her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, and they're just tourists, right? That's what they tell the law enforcement officers in that interview room. We can drive anywhere. Tampa's a tourist city, right? Just a big coincidence. That's the cover story. That is another part of the conspiracy. And there certainly would be no reason to lie to law enforcement about the door at all unless she is in on it, unless she knows. If she doesn't know, then what she would have told the law enforcement officer is, oh, my boyfriend just walked in before me. I was there, but the rest of the night, for some reason, we used the back door, and she would give a reason. There is a reason she doesn't remember. There's nothing wrong with her mind. She doesn't have a memory issue. The one time she comes to Tampa and they're unloading and they're walking through the dark backyard every time to get in would be something that she would remember. And if she's not doing something criminal, she could tell and talk about it. Isaiah Chance is there, Davian Murphy, Sean Gathright. The Uber driver that takes us all the way from Tampa, where we finally know there are 5 people involved in this crime. There are 2 in the tracker vehicle, the surveillance vehicle, and there are 3 armed gunmen, and all of them stay at this Airbnb. Another lie. She lies to law enforcement. At first, it's just her and Isaiah Chance. It's just me and him, and you can listen to that audio again. Because she lies and she lies until she is confronted with evidence, and then the story changes. So it's not just her and Isaiah Chance, because they show her more evidence, and all of a sudden she knows, oh, they know Sean Gathright is there as well. They show him a photograph. And even though she has been in a car with him for 3.5 hours, and she has been in this Airbnb, she can't identify his photo. She will not give them any information, not a name. She would have you believe she only knows him as Little Bro. She won't give a description of him, and she certainly isn't going to pick out his photograph. But it is more evidence, not just their phone evidence. There is a witness that we now know and have the 5th person involved in this homicide, first-degree murder, and conspiracy, and that is because they take an Uber. And the Uber driver and the tracking, again, of license plate readers, we know that the Uber driver who gives Detective Ramos his trip ticket, who took them from Tampa, they had one stop at a gas station, but the same 3 people he picked up is the same 3 people for $187.51 that he takes to Sean Gathwright's house, where we find all of the evidence of those firearms in his house. And we then find Alicia Andrews there, as well as Rashad Murphy for the first time, and again, Isaiah Chance. So the evidence in this case is overwhelming. And Mr. Harmon told you there is a mountain of evidence. And all of this evidence, the digital evidence, the video evidence, the cell phone evidence, the cell hawk mapping that you saw in this case, and the phone messages that you saw from her device show and bring to light the conspiracy that occurred in this case between all 5 of the co-defendants acting together and conspiring together. The conspiracy count in this case: to prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The intent of Alicia Andrews was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. In order to carry out the intent, Alicia Andrews agreed, conspired, combined, confederated with Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davian Murphy, or other diverse persons to cause the first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them, or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, confederation To commit first-degree premeditated murder must be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. This count is just the agreement. They don't have to actually commit it. They don't have to do an act in furtherance. This is just the agreement to do it together. And you know, based on their actions, that they all conspired to do this. Rashad Murphy, more evidence. This investigation led to Auburndale in Florida, Sean Gathwright's grandmother's house, to Jacksonville, to his residence in Jacksonville, and it led to Gwinnett County as well, where he is caught in that silver Chevy Cruze that belongs to a person that dates one of his family members. And then Jacksonville Sheriff's Office also assisted and got photographs, a video from Walmart that occurred on 6/21, where the defendant is seen in there, Rashad Murphy, the co-defendant, Rashad Murphy, is seen there buying some stuff. And they see what he is wearing, and they compare it to the still videos that are taken in this case. More evidence again. He's not just driving the tracking vehicle. He's not just found with the tracking vehicle. More consciousness of guilt evidence. Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office locate him in the second suspect murder vehicle in this case in Tampa. And we are days later. He is far removed from Tampa. And he is in the silver Chevy Cruze. And what does he do when law enforcement authorities from Georgia approach? He flees. More consciousness of guilt. You don't need Rashad Murphy on recording saying what he did. His actions, just like Alicia Andrews' actions after this crime, show their guilt. He fled because he knew what he had done, and he knew what vehicle he was in. The phone evidence in this case. Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathwright, Davian Murphy, Alicia Andrews. You have all the evidence in this case about the phones. And just like the video evidence tracks them, just like all the photographs on the license plate reader of the silver Chevy Cruze and the black Chevy Impala, you have all of their phone and the timing advance showing that Alicia Andrews, Sean Gathwright, Isaiah Chance, and Davian Murphy, they all traveled together to Tampa from Jacksonville. It was coordinated. There is a reason it is coordinated. This was the plan all along. That is the only reason they were in Tampa, and that was to hunt and kill and gun down Charles Jones. That is the only reason. All of the evidence in this case shows you that. You were able to see, based on the video evidence in this case for yourselves, that he was hunted, that he was stalked, and that he was tracked, and that it was well coordinated. The McDonald's video. COVID mask, another lie. It is not her clubbing attire. It is part of her disguise. It is a part of Isaiah Chance's disguise. Do you think Isaiah Chance has any concerns about his health? Why is he wearing a COVID mask? It is to mask his face. She gives every reason to law enforcement why it is that she's wearing a COVID mask. Again, every time she is confronted in that interview, she lies again. She says that she's concerned about her health, and then because of all the smoke in the clubbing. You saw from this video at the McDonald's that her co-defendant, Davian Murphy, the driver, is sitting there puffing away while she is in the seat next to him. not wearing a COVID mask. She's not wearing a COVID mask when she gets into an Uber with a stranger and is in a car, a small confined space with him for 3.5 hours. She's not wearing a COVID mask when she gets out of that car. She's not wearing a COVID mask when she goes into the town, when she goes into the gazebo, the Airbnb on Gazebo Pond Lane. But her phone tracks her everywhere, and that is why you get to see all of the video footage from that night. This was on the phone. Again, showing them tracking and going back to teasers to stalk the victim. All of the license plate readers, all of the cell phone mapping, States Exhibit 77, which you heard from Detective Ramos. They don't just rely on the records provided to them by the cell phone companies. They actually verify and confirm the accuracy of those timing of the cell phone records by seeing if they could provide visual evidence. You heard from the defense expert and you heard from the defense attorney questioning the defense expert saying like, oh, they purposely kept out Players Club. They didn't purposely keep out Players Club. You heard from Detective Ramos that not only him, there are other members of the Tampa Police Department looking for surveillance video based on the timing advance records of the defendant. They were hoping to get video evidence of her everywhere. You heard of all the places they went looking for and asking for videos. That is what they were scouring. They were looking at the timing advance, trying to see where she had been, and they were following that path to see if they could get video footage of the suspects. And you saw that they got it at McDonald's. You saw that they got it at the USF poll cam, but you heard from Detective Ramos that there were no video footage at this Players Club. You heard from their expert that they are in the vicinity of Players Club. That is just another lie that she is telling you on the stand. There is no evidence whatsoever that they are doing anything but staging, waiting for the victim again to go to another location. But to fit into her story that she's just here for clubbing and not another lie to law enforcement, she must have gone to some other club to ask a bouncer whether or not the price was too high for them to get in. So what is it? Is the price too high? So they didn't go in? So that would make 3 clubs that she didn't go in. And the whole purpose of her coming to Tampa was to go clubbing. Again, she is telling lie after lie, and you get to judge her credibility and determine whether or not you believe any single word that came out of her mouth. This is that photo taken at Trip 18. This is her leaving. And we did ask about the bag. Is any of the AR rifles in the bag? We are not suggesting that there is any AR rifles in the bag. What we are suggesting to you, again, is that she is assisting. She knows all of the people. They are unloading that car at the same time. That is a bag that comes from Sean Gathrigh's house. It is loaded from Sean Gathrigh's house into the black Chevy Impala, and then it is unloaded again into Sean Gathrigh's house. She's telling you on the stand today that that belongs to her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. We see Isaiah Chance unload his vehicle. He never takes out a blue duffel bag, a pink duffel bag. Does it have the AR rifles in it? No. Does it have could it possibly have had clothes? We don't know. It is big enough to carry a firearm. It is big enough to carry ammunition. We don't ever have to prove to you what is in that bag. It is just another piece of evidence saying she is assisting them, she knows what is going on, and she is participating. She's not going she can't talk to any of these people. She can't have communication with any of these people, yet she can carry their bags out. She is comfortable with all of them. There isn't anything in these videos that suggests to you that she is afraid of any of them, that she is uncomfortable with any of them, or that she is scared of any of them. And I would suggest to you, when you're evaluating her testimony and what she said on the stand, it is full of not only lies but contradictions. Is she afraid of Isaiah Chance? Was she forced to go on this trip? Was she a victim of domestic violence? Is she controlled by him? Yet she wants to make sure you know she doesn't live with him. She lives with her parents. And she can certainly tell him in a video and use language that isn't really suggestive of somebody who's truly afraid of somebody who can commit and control and make sure that they know every single thing that that person is doing. You judge that person's credibility and why it is they're telling you what they're telling you on that stand. Again, the cell phone mapping of her phone. Cell phone mapping of her boyfriend's phone. There's only one time when he's using it, and that is close in time to the murder. And you know that there is a desperate attempt to get a hold of the other car. You have that pick up the phone, and then sharing of location, and then a couple of uses very close in time to where it is critical to get information to the shooters and the black Chevy Impala at 4:41 and 4:52 a.m. in the morning. This is that silver Chevy Cruze, again, with some unique identifying information. But you don't need that photograph. You don't need the license plate readers to know and to be able to be convinced overwhelmingly that she was in that vehicle, because she told you herself in that interview with law enforcement, and you heard it. You heard before they really started confronting her with the evidence when they showed her photographs that she admitted that she was in those videos. So there is no doubt that she participated in her crime. There is no doubt as to her identity and her participation and everything that she has done in this case. And based on all the facts and all the circumstances of the evidence in this case, there is no reasonable doubt that she intended for this crime to be committed and that she assisted. She did more than assist. She participated as part of that surveillance team, posing as just normal, everyday people just happening to be walking in a parking lot so that her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, would not be detected by the rival gang, Mr. Rich Off War. There is no doubt that there was a war in Jacksonville involving both of these gangs, and that it came to Tampa when the defendant and all of her co-defendants brought it here. She is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder as a principal in this case, and she is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder. And all of the evidence shows and proves to you beyond all reasonable doubt that she is guilty.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a quick 2-minute comfort break, okay? And we'll come back and we'll hear the defense closing.
All rise.
Mr. McClement, can we get going while the rest of your team looks for the exhibit? Okay. Okay, good. All right, let's bring in our jurors. Oh, and I'm sorry, before we begin, do either the state or the defense object to me reminding the jurors that their identities will be confidential and that I've entered an order sealing the records regarding their names and that the signature and name of the foreperson will be redacted from the public record?
I have no objection, Judge.
Okay, very good. Yes?
All rise.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Welcome back. All right, thank you, Mr. McClement. Everyone have a seat. You can proceed.
In the old days, old days, there was a warrior who had a best friend. This best friend of his was a dog. He named him Taz. These two went everywhere together. They were inseparable. But as time would have it, this warrior would get called off to war from time to time, and the dog would follow him out of the castle, out into the courtyard, past the threshold, to the crossroads, and he would leave Taz at the crossroads to go off to war. It don't matter if he's gone for a month, 3 months, 6 months. Every time he came back from war to the crossroads, he saw his dog, Taz, there, his best friend. One time, he had a wife who bore him a child, and he had to go away to war. He came back one time, and he didn't see Taz at the crossroads. And that was strange. So he goes through the threshold into the courtyard, and there he sees Taz. But something is wrong with Taz. He's on the ground. He's not really moving. He's low to the ground. And there's this weird color to his fur. Taz leads him into the courtyard, into the castle, into a room where the bassinet was at for the baby. And there's blood all around the bassinet. The warrior knows exactly what happened. He takes his sword and he kills his best friend Taz. And then he hears a noise. He lifts the lid of the bassinet, and there he sees his infant baby, alive and well. And next to the bassinet, there's a rabid wolf that Taz had killed. He drops his sword, never picks it up again. He picks up Taz, takes Taz out to the courtyard, past the threshold, to the crossroads, and he buries him. Builds a nice monument for his best friend. And every day for the rest of his life, he goes out to the crossroads and he asks his friend for forgiveness. The sword of justice has the ability to save the innocent. When used with care and responsibility, when used recklessly, it has the ability to harm the innocent. Alicia Andrews is innocent of every count, every lesser included, every crime that she is on trial for today. Perception is not reality. The perception of the detectives in this case was certainly not reality. The state sees Alicia as some gangster queen pin. They see her as someone who has red hair, bright red hair, bad tattoos, who hangs out with gang bangers, gang members, gang associates, an individual who's cold and heartless. But perception is not reality. What do you see? Alicia Andrews is an individual, a young individual, a young woman. She's well-spoken, she's mild-mannered, she's brave, she's strong, and she's a respectable young woman. As you saw, she took the stand. She's not a gang member. She is not a gang associate. And that was clear from the evidence in this case, from every detective that testified. The Jacksonville sheriff's officers testified. She is not a gang member. She is not a gang associate. She isn't. It doesn't matter how many pictures they show, the state shows, right? In fact, I love this exhibit. I love this exhibit. I love this exhibit. I love this exhibit. I love these exhibits from 2021. And why do we love these exhibits? Because they embody exactly what the state's case has been about. Absolutely nothing. All of the evidence, not most of it, of this evidence has been about a gang war in Jacksonville for which Alicia Andrews does not take any part in. 98% of the evidence in this case that you saw over the last 2 weeks has to do with all of these individuals, whether it be Quan, whether it be Young and Ace, whether it be 6 Block, whether it be 1200, 2100. You learned about where Jacksonville gangs live, whether it's on the north side, the east side. You've learned all of these things, certainly beyond a reasonable doubt, that there are gangs in Jacksonville, that they kill each other, that they rap about killing each other, but you have not learned a single thing about whether Alicia Andrews intended to kill Charles Jones. From the start of this case, the defense never said anything about a romantic getaway with Alicia Andrews. The word romance never came from the defense. It came from Detective Ramos's perception of what Alicia Andrews told him.
Yes? Okay, so members of the jury, I've instructed you numerous times throughout this trial that what the attorneys say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. It is just their opinions as far as what the evidence is and what the evidence means. Ultimately, what the evidence means is solely up to you. Okay? All right, go ahead.
As I was saying,
On the weekend, Charles Jones was killed. Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip.
Is there a way to amplify the sound, Mr. McClement?
I want to start from the beginning. Alicia Andrews was asked by her boyfriend to inquire about an Airbnb. He doesn't say to her, Alicia, I need you to figure out about Airbnb so that we can go to Tampa and we can kill Julio Foolio. He doesn't say, Alicia, I need you to go and inquire about an Airbnb so that me and 3 of my friends and you can all go hang out in the Airbnb. He doesn't give her any extra information. Sort of similar to how Sean Gathright was not giving kind of anybody extra information. No text. That's not how these individuals operate. He just asks her to inquire about an Airbnb. Innocently, Alicia Andrews does that. She gets on Instagram, she sends a text message to someone she knows and asks, do you have an Airbnb available? And the person says to Alicia Andrews, what day do you want the Airbnb for? And Alicia Andrews, not knowing that this is some murder plot, says, the 23rd, or what day do you have available? The first indication that she has no idea that she has to be in Tampa on the 23rd for Julio Foolio. Or else she would not be telling the person that she's inquiring whatever day you have available, or what days do you have available. The first indication, from the very first piece of evidence that the state has, if the detectives did not have this perception of Alicia Andrews that was flawed, maybe that would have been the first indication that she's innocent, that she did not know what was happening. The second indication from that same transaction is that Alicia Andrews never pressed the issue with this person. In fact, Isaiah Chance and Rashad Murphy, off in their own world, got impatient. And they went ahead and booked the Airbnb without Alicia, because Alicia is not in the group. And because, like we said in an opening statement, Alicia is not in the loop. Simple. The next thing that happens is that on the morning of the trip, what happens? Sean Gathright, Isaiah Chance, they're at Sean Gathwright's home. Where's Alicia? Not with the group. Not in the loop. Alicia Andrews is at home, doing whatever she's doing at home. Isaiah Chance gets to Sean Gathbright's house. You can see he has a gun. You can see he gets out of the car with the gun. He puts it in his waistband. He goes inside the house. He and Sean Gathbright begin to pack the bags, moving bags from car to inside the house, or from car to car. They're moving the bags, shuffling the bags, hours worth of work, packing, get ready to go. It's only then, after they've done what they're conspiring through, that they then go and pick up Alicia Andrews. She's not around them to know what they're doing, what they're planning, what they're discussing. She's not. It's simple. That's on camera. Thank the detectives for bringing you that footage. Because if we didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to sit here and tell you that. So Alicia Andrews comes to Sean Gathbright's home. When she gets to Sean Gathbright's home, she doesn't go inside and say hi to him or his parents or anyone who's inside. She doesn't do any of that. She waits in the car, like Isaiah Chance tells her to do. She waits there, another car pulls up, she gets out of one car, she gets in another, and then she takes off. Mind you, this is the third car that she's been in for that day, the third one, because the first car was from her home to the place where Isaiah Chance picked her up. The second was Isaiah Chance's BMW to the home, and the third is this Impala that she's not familiar with to get down to Tampa. She gets to Tampa with her boyfriend and with Sean Gathbright. And at that time, as the evidence is clear, there is no Rashad Murphy, there is no Davion Murphy at the Airbnb. So she goes inside of the Airbnb, and we'll reverse a little bit about that whole front door, back door issue. But she goes inside, and Davion Murphy and Rashad Murphy are not there yet. They're just not. And when she's asked about whether they're there when she gets there, and she says, no, it's the truth, by their own data. She goes upstairs, and at some point in time, these four men, they leave her at the Airbnb, and they go on their own mission, leaving her out of this group, out of the loop. So they leave her at the Airbnb, and she's not being texted to find out where Julio Foolio is. They're not asking her to DM Julio Foolio. There's no efforts by Alicia Andrews to reach out to anyone to figure out where Julio Foolio is, where his crew is at, where he might be partying. Nothing like that. Alicia Andrews is back at the Airbnb looking for food after she was abandoned by her boyfriend. Looking for Pizza Hut, which she can barely afford, and then ultimately has to settle for McDonald's. So we'll talk about Alicia Andrews' arrival at the Airbnb for a little bit.
In order to get in, you have to put in a code, and that code gets tracked on that. It's supposed to be open.
The detectives in this case were sure, 100% sure, that Alicia Andrews opened that front door with a code and let everyone else in through the back. Because as their theory, their perception would have it, is that Alicia Andrews is the cover for them. And so that was their perception, and so every piece of evidence that they looked at after that had to be that way. So this first piece of evidence, they see Alicia Andrews on the camera at the Airbnb, and they say, well, the reason why she's the only one on camera is because she opened the door and she let everyone else into the back. And what kind of sense would it make if everyone is involved, everyone's conspiring together? What kind of sense would it make for Alicia Andrews to know that there's a camera at the front door and for her to sacrifice herself for a group of men that she's never even met before? To go to the front door of the Airbnb, stare the camera in the face, and put her identity out there. What kind of sense would that make? It would not make any sense. Alicia Andrews is not even concerned with the camera. You can see that from the video. You can see it. She doesn't look at the camera. She's not staring it down. She's not worried about it.
I'm in the car, you don't remember, and then you took a
Tell you, I follow you.
In order to get in, you have to put in a code, and that code gets tracked on the app. I spoke to the owner of the Airbnb. Nobody else went in. How did they get in?
Can you let them in another door?
Is it possible you could open the back door?
What did Detective Ramos say? He said he spoke to the owner of the Airbnb. So he's confident that he knows what he's talking about because he spoke to the owner. We spoke to the owner as well in court, in trial. And after he actually spoke to the owner, after he actually got the log in this case, the log, after he actually received it, a month or two prior to trial, you can't remember the date, he then realized that he was wrong. But that's not the only thing that Detective Ramos has been wrong about. It's not the only thing that the state has been wrong about in this case. But with the information that he did not have, with the video that he did have, he arrested Alicia Andrews on bad information. Without the log, without it, it is so evident that just by looking at the camera, Alicia Andrews has never put in any code. It's evident because she knocks on the door. Why would Alicia Andrews knock on the door if she was the first person there and she had some code to put into the Airbnb? She wouldn't. She would put in the code. She didn't put in the code because she knew somebody was already inside. So without the locking log, the Detective Ramos, should have known that there's no way that she was putting in a code to get in that front door because it's on video. But his perception led him down a different road. His perception was not reality. The door, as you can see, hinge opened. She goes in, and someone's inside says, "My bad." But it wasn't until a month before trial that Detective Ramos realized he messed up. There's conversation, argument from the state that because Alicia Andrews didn't park in those two front parking spaces in front of the Airbnb, that's some consciousness of guilt. First off, Alicia Andrews is not driving the car. She's not driving the vehicle. Much less does Alicia Andrews know which parking spots are assigned to the Airbnb unit, if they are even assigned. We heard no evidence that the parking spaces at the Airbnb are assigned to anyone, that those 2 spaces in front of it, right in front, are particularly for the individuals that rent that Airbnb. There's no evidence of that. Don't forget that. And she's not driving the car. So if Isaiah Chance or Sean Gathright parks on the side of the home, the Airbnb, she's going along with what they're doing. She's not going to tell them to park around the side. She doesn't even know where the door is until she's told where it's at. So, speed up. They leave the Airbnb. When I say they, I mean the 4 men. They leave the Airbnb, leave Alicia inside. When they don't see any sign or trace of Julio Foolio at Teasers, what do? Here comes Sean Gathright. Sean Gathright says, I am going to text Kyla Enright, my girlfriend, and I'm going to see if she can get me the location for Julio Foolio. This is part 2 of their plan, or plan B. It's clear, because if Kyla Enright was a part of their plan the entire time, she would have been on point before they got there. It's clear that he's pivoting. He says, I need y'all to text Fat Boy. Kyla Enright says, about what? If she was in on any plan, if she had any idea what was going down, she wouldn't be asking him about what. He says, hey sis, I need you to text Fat Boy and tell him you're trying to pull up and you're trying to see him tonight. This is not a well thought out, orchestrated plan that the state would have you believe. These individuals are just flying by it, just trying to figure it out as they go. He know I'm gone. I've been FaceTiming him while I'm out. Sean Gathright says he in Tampa right now, but make it seem like you don't know he here or there. He at a B&B with 6. Be like, where you at? I want to pull up. I'm drunk. Then he says, never mind, at 12:39. For whatever reason. He's texting her these things. And then she writes back to him and says, we at Tier the Club. You want to come to the B&B with us, ? She thinks he might be where she's at, in a different city. She has no idea what Sean Gathright is texting her for or really about. But she's responding to him, innocently responding to him. He's trying to use her to commit a murder, and she has no idea. These individuals are very good at concealing their intent, at concealing what they're trying to do, and they're good at doing it to the people that they're closest to. Sean Gathright, his mother, and his grandmother have zero clue about what Sean Gathright does in his spare time. Zero. And they live with him. His mother lives with him. That's his grandmother's baby. You cannot tell Sean Gathwright's grandmother anything about her baby. They have no idea. She says, who B&B? And he says 6. Fools. It's his B-Day and Fat Boy with him. She says, not here in Jacksonville? And he says, nah, they in Tampa. So whoever is texting from Kyla Enright's phone has no idea that it's 1, Foolio's birthday, 2, that Foolio's not in Jacksonville. And so is it really that difficult to understand that not everybody is looking at Julio or watching his page or knows what his birthday is or knows what club he might be at. It's not difficult to believe that, to understand that, to comprehend that, because it's here in your face. And this is not Alicia Andrews. But Alicia Andrews is in the same position because she doesn't follow his Instagram page like that. She may press the button. Julio Foolio has millions of followers. But it's clear from the evidence that she wasn't searching his page at around this time. It's clear because the state had evidence that Rashad Murphy was using his phone to search Julio Foolio on Instagram. That was clear. If the state had evidence that Alicia Andrews was searching for Julio Foolio on Instagram, they would have rolled out the red carpet, put that evidence up there on the stand, and presented it to you all. There is absolutely zero evidence that Alicia Andrews knew that Charles Jones was going to be in Tampa that weekend. Zero evidence. When Sean Gathright hears back from Kyle Enright, and Kyle Enright says, he's at Beezer's or something like that. She meant teasers. But Sean Gathright realizes that he's not getting anywhere with Kyle Enright because he's getting the same information that he already knew. So, they have to pivot from that plan as well. So at that time, Isaiah Chance says, well, I might be able to figure this out. Alicia Andrews has a phone that maybe we can use. And you want to know why it's so obvious that Isaiah Chance was using Alicia Andrews? I mean, but for like the obvious detective realizing that in the interrogation. You want to know why it's so obvious outside of that? They don't need Alicia Andrews. They don't need her. You saw the photographs in Rashad Murphy's iCloud dump, which has a bag sitting in front of him with a burner phone or a prepaid phone. These individuals know how to get prepaid phones. You go to the store, they buy them, like Rashad Murphy did at the Walmart, and they're untraceable. But Isaiah Chance put his girlfriend's phone up as tribute. And she had no idea what was going on. Over 12,000 GPS coordinates from her phone for that weekend. 12,000. The others had very minimal. If you remember the testimony from Tom Pullen. Very minimal. I mean, I believe Sean Gathright may have had 70 or someone else had 47. Alicia Andrews had 12,000. She had no idea that she should be either turning off her phone or doing anything to conceal the GPS points. She had no idea because she wasn't in the group, because she had no role in this conspiracy, in this murder plot. So Isaiah Chance said, okay, you all go in another car, and I'll go with Alicia. I'll take her in the Chevy Cruze, or the silver Chevy Cruze, and you all go in the bigger car, the Impala. And so he does come back. He gives her some McDonald's. He deals with her hunger very minimally, right? McDonald's, some chicken nuggets. And then he takes her to Teasers under this guise that he's taking her out. And does she know what he's actually doing? Absolutely not. There's absolutely zero evidence that she knows what he's doing. So he takes her to Teasers, and he's trying to use her phone, and he does use her phone. And the state's version of the story is that she is cover for him outside of this club. And while he may have been using her, it makes absolutely zero sense that Alicia Andrews is cover for him. And Alicia Andrews is not an invisibility cloak. Standing next to Alicia Andrews does not make him less noticeable. If anything, it would make him more noticeable. Robert Howard knows who Isaiah Chance is, with or without the medical mask. So if Robert Howard saw Isaiah Chance outside as he testified, he would, I guess, let his friends know Isaiah Chance is around and he's in the vicinity. If Robert Howard saw Isaiah Chance outside with a mask on, he would certainly let his friends know that Isaiah Chance is outside. Certainly. The mask itself, that's not helping. That's not concealing anything. If anything, that would make it worse. So when Alicia Andrews says that she's pregnant, and then when she went out to the club, she decided to put on a mask, it's because she's pregnant and doesn't want to inhale smoke from all these people. She's not wearing the mask for COVID purposes. Yes, COVID, you wanted to social distance. You wanted to not be around somebody, so you put the mask on. Even if it was just a couple of people, maybe you put the mask on. And, you know, as time went on, people got lax. They wouldn't put the mask on if it was around people that, you know, a couple people. They would only put it on outside in the public. And remember, this is 2024. It's not the neck of COVID. It's not March 2020 when COVID started, or a little bit after that. Alicia Andrews is wearing the mask because of her pregnancy and because she doesn't want to inhale smoke. And she had just been to McDonald's on a McDonald's run. And during that McDonald's run, somebody right next to her started smoking. And she wasn't going to tell Davion Murphy to put it out. Somebody she doesn't know. This big individual in what she believes was his car. She wasn't going to tell him to put it out. But when they left McDonald's, she went and she got her face mask and they went to the club. Outside of Teasers, in the video that you see, that you've seen enough times, I won't play it over for you, but outside of Teasers, you see Alicia Andrews arrive at Teasers. Her boyfriend is driving the vehicle. They get out. He asks her for the phone. She gives it to him. She unlocks it. He tries to make a call. The only logical explanation for what happened when he tried to make that call is that the other person did not pick up the phone. Why is that logical, and why is it the only logical explanation? Is because a few minutes after that, he's texting Sean Gathright to pick up the effing phone. Twice. You do that when somebody does not answer the phone. So when they're outside of Teasers and they're on video camera and you see him with the phone there, yes, he's probably trying to call and it's probably ringing. But the reason why he texts a few minutes later to pick up the phone is because the phone didn't connect. And the call detail records at 2:31 show that there was a call that went out and a call that did not connect. It didn't connect. So whatever the state wants you to think that Alicia overheard in that time, there was nothing to overhear. And Isaiah Chance says, okay, well, this club is packed, let's go. Alicia Andrews is like, all right, whatever. She gets in the passenger seat. They go to another area off of Hillsborough. This is what the detective testified to. And for some reason, the detective wasn't able to track down the location on Hillsborough where Alicia Andrews was at, but he was able to track down the other locations. He was able to track down the McDonald's that she went to and got cameras there. He was able to track down Teasers. He was able to track down Truth 18. He was able to track down the USF parking lot pole camera. And he was able to track down Tesla cameras, Home 2 Suites cameras, all of these cameras, except for the ones on Hillsborough. And Alicia Andrews testified that she was at another place called Players Club. And that that's the location where she went up, where I guess Isaiah Chance went up to the bouncer, asked how much it cost to get in, gave them too high of a price. He's like, okay, let's try to go somewhere else. And Alicia Andrews, there's no Charles Jones at this second place. There's no Julio Foolio at this second place. And the reason why there's no camera footage there, the reason why that place was never really discovered, is because it doesn't fit the narrative. Because Charles Jones was not there at that other place. So if Charles Jones is never there, the detectives aren't trying hard enough to figure out what's going on in that area, why they went over there, whether there's any cameras over there, because Charles Jones never made it to that location. He was never slated to go there. So they keep repeating over and over throughout the trial, you went to the only places where Charles Jones was at, the only two clubs he was at. That's not the only places where Alicia Andrews was at. So from there, they get in a car, they go to Truth 18, but on the way, I guess the GPS coordinates say went to Teasers, and then they go to Truth 18. The times would show that if they did go back to Teasers, that Charles Jones was already gone by the time they made it back to Teasers, if I'm not mistaken. So then, somehow, Isaiah Chance takes her to Truth 18. Somehow he figures out that he should be at Truth 18. They go to Truth 18. He's again using her phone. He's on FaceTime with someone. He is showing the person the Truth 18 building. And he takes a picture, and Alicia Andrews says, I heard him talking to an individual. I don't know who he was talking to. But I heard him say, this place is packed, and where are y'all at? Isaiah Chance is a smart individual. He doesn't want to tell Alicia Andrews what's going on. He's not going to say on the phone exactly what he's doing. He has a way that he can communicate with somebody on the other phone, on the other end, without telling Alicia Andrews enough information for her to figure out what is going on. It's simple. Where y'all at? And they may say where they're at. And he's telling them where he's at. And if they're in the same group and they're on the same page, they clearly know that they should probably be at this location. Because they've already had this conversation. They've already had these discussions. They don't have to say much. She's following him around. At some point they get back in the car, and he starts to drive erratic. And Alicia Andrews said that this was different behavior. He was acting strange. He was acting funny. He drives on that USF pole camera. You see he comes down this way. They make the right at the light. They make a U-turn and make a right into USF. And they're over there for 5 minutes. That part of it is off camera. I don't know if there was another pole camera over there that Detective Amos could have picked up, but it's off camera. Isaiah Chance gets out of the car, just stops the car in sort of like the middle of the road, gets out of the car, takes the phone with him, and is out talking, out of earshot of Alicia Andrews. They stay in that area for about 5 minutes, then he gets back in the car, runs a red light, goes into the Home to Suite parking lot, is in there for less than a minute, goes in, circles around, and leaves out. And why does he leave out of the parking lot before anything happens? Because he doesn't want Alicia Andrews to see what happened. He doesn't want Alicia Andrews to witness what happened. He kept everything away from Alicia Andrews so that she wouldn't know what was happening. They get back to the Airbnb. These other individuals are already there. They're already there. Whether they left their guns inside of whatever car they drove there in, whether they packed them up before Alicia got there. When she got there, she went inside. She just saw these individuals. Like she said, they looked disoriented, they smelled, and she decided to just go upstairs. Anytime that she did come downstairs and they were talking, anytime that she did come downstairs, they would stop talking because she's not in the group. And it makes complete sense because why would some strangers, Davion and Rashad Murphy, why would they include Alicia Andrews in a plot to kill an individual they don't even know Alicia Andrews? Why would you include someone you do not know in a plot to kill a famous person? Isaiah Chance, he wanted to bring Alicia Andrews along, and whatever he had to work out with them, with these men or whatever, he worked out with them, and she was there. Common sense, if we're talking common sense, would have you know that he and the other men probably had a conversation. This is my girl, look, don't worry about her. I'll keep her out of it. And she was kept out of it. Alicia Andrews is never seen with any guns on any cameras. Alicia Andrews is not carrying any of these big, heavy bags as much as the state wants you to believe that she is. She carries her bags, and then the one time she's carrying the pink bag is when she puts it in the Uber. And that pink bag clearly does not have heavy ammunition and rifles in it, clearly. When I asked Detective Ramos, will those rifles fit in the pink bag? Instead of just saying no, because that's the truthful and honest answer, he says, I don't know. I don't know how big the pink bag is, but we all can see the pink bag on the video. We can see how small it is, the size of it in relation to Alicia Andrews. The bag doesn't fit rifles in it. It doesn't. The rifles, you saw them for yourselves. You had Amara Drew stand right in front of you, show you the rifle, show you the safety on the rifle, show you how it works, what it does, why it does what it does. The brass catchers had an entire class on these rifles. So use that information. It's evidence. It may not be evidence against Alicia for this crime, but it's some evidence. And you can use that evidence to show that there's no way that those rifles could fit in that pink bag. And I don't know why the pink bag became such a big thing in this trial. Because there's no evidence, and the state agrees that they don't know what's in the pink bag. There's no relevance to showing this pink bag. It's just a pink bag. Probably dirty laundry inside of it. So, when you deliberate, there's some things that you should know that Alicia did not know. Alicia did not know to go through some back door at the Airbnb to conceal her face on the camera. That never made sense from the beginning. Alicia Andrews did not know who was going on this trip. She didn't know Davion Murphy and Rashad Murphy were going to join them. She didn't even know Sean Gathright was going to be joining her and Isaiah Chance on this trip. Isaiah Chance said, I'm going to Tampa. She said, I want to go. He said, you can come. He meets with Alicia Andrews. They go to Sean Gathwright's house. She says, why are we? He says, oh, we're going to ride with Sean Gathright. She's like, all right, whatever. She didn't know who was going on the trip. Alicia Andrews didn't know who was on the other end of the phone calls that Isaiah Chance was making. She did not know who was on the other end of the text messages that Sean Gathright sent out. She didn't even know that Sean Gathright was sending out any text messages to an individual named Kyla Enright. Alicia Andrews did not know that she should stay off her phone, that she should turn it off. That's evidenced by the fact that she had over 12,000 GPS points, data points on her phone. She did not even know who Davion and Rashad Murphy were, if that wasn't clear throughout this trial. Didn't know them. Barely knew Sean Gathright. Met one time at a family gathering, and when you go to these gatherings and there are a lot of people that you do not know, it is difficult to remember who was even at the gathering. You see a bunch of people, you grab a plate of food, you go outside. People you could probably have seen and come in contact with during the gathering and not realize later on, a year later, 6 months later, whenever, that you even met this person before. She didn't stay there for an extended period of time. She wasn't hanging out with Sean Gathright in the house. You heard what she said. Her boyfriend does not like her around other men, his friends, because he's controlling, he's possessive, he's jealous, he's manipulative. So he doesn't want her around other men that he knows, or other men that he doesn't know, for that matter. And that's evidenced by the text message showing that he doesn't even want her posting certain things on social media, telling her to delete it. And she does what he says. Alicia Andrews, like I said earlier, didn't know that there were guns in some of these bags. And is that so hard to digest? No. The Uber driver handled the bags. He was helping with the bags when he dropped them off in Jacksonville. He didn't know that there were any guns in the bags. Sean Gathwright's grandmother watched Sean Gathwright transfer bags from one car to the next, and she didn't know that there were guns or ammunition in the bags. She didn't know that the four-wheeler would be stopped and they'd find ammunition, casings, and all these different things in it. She never saw any of that. She was standing right next to him when he switched the items from the vehicles, standing right next to him. Alicia Andrews did not know where she was going in Tampa, except for, with the exception of the McDonald's, because she asked to go there. But she didn't know which club she was going to, just like any of the other women that testified.
Do 6 block and ATK get along?
I don't know, I'm a girl.
When you say you're a girl, what do you mean by that?
I don't get into
Object. May we approach?
Yes,
Did
please
not-
stop.
You heard the testimony for yourself. There were women that got up and they said, I was just a passenger. I was just following Julio around. I was just following my boyfriend around, or these other people around. All the women that testified in the state's case in chief, all of them said the same thing. I am just a girl. I was just following the individuals. I don't know where I was at. I had never been to Tampa before. I'm not familiar with this area. I don't know the names of the places that I went. I don't know where they were at. I was just following people around. Alicia Andrews' phone came up in this trial. Alicia Andrews' phone was broken several times. Alicia Andrews' phone was never recovered. The detectives in this case never searched her home because they claimed they never had probable cause for a search warrant, which is a problem all by itself. But if you don't have a phone and an individual is supposed to have used this phone in a murder plot, surely you could get a search warrant to search where that individual lives. And that never happened. Never happened. The Text Now application that Alicia Andrews was using. The Text Now application, as we heard, is an application that you can use on an iPhone, either when you're on a service, or if somebody blocks you from regular service, you can use the Text Now application to text. And Alicia Andrews would use the Text Now application to text Isaiah Chance. Specifically around the time of this murder plot, he was doing it because he had blocked her on the regular text messaging app, and so she was using the Text Now app to text him back and forth. And you see the text messages that were recovered from the iCloud or the phone or wherever in evidence. There are text messages as recent as June 17, 2024. When Alicia Andrews got a new phone, when she got a new phone, her iCloud was still there. And they were able to pull from the iCloud. No evidence that Alicia Andrews knew of any murder plot. No evidence that Alicia Andrews intended to kill Charles Jones. No evidence that she conspired with any of these individuals. Alicia Andrews had messages that went back years. And they have them. Thousands of messages. Dig all the way back to 2020, 2021. Back when she was in high school, talking to her best friend at the age of 17. They went all the way back. And the best that they could find is that Alicia Andrews in 2021, when she was 17 years old, told her best friend that she thought Charles Jones was ugly and that he needed to die. And why did she say he needed to die? Charles Jones, as you all heard, was an individual who caused a lot of havoc in Jacksonville. Does that mean she wants him dead? Does that mean that she was going to actually kill him? She formed it in her mind at the age of 17. She was going to, one day, group up together with 4 individuals, go to Tampa and kill him? No. That's not what it means. It's an ignorant comment at a very young age. It's an ignorant comment at a very young age. And because Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, is causing so much havoc in the city, there's only so many ways that he could stop doing that he could stop causing the killing, the back and forth, because that is what he was doing. Perpetuating it is either he stops making the music, or he decides that, hey, I'm going to make music that is actually good for the community. Or what happened? He's perpetuating this stuff. They all are, all these people in these gangs, perpetuating it back and forth. And it actually becomes reality for them. Because they're talking about it day in and day out. And they're going back and forth with each other, day in and day out, whether it be for money, whether it be for views, whether it be for clicks. It becomes their reality because they speak it into existence. And this is a tragic situation. All of those boys, those men that died, I don't care if it's ATK, 1200, 2100, it's completely tragic. This entire gang war that they have going on in Jacksonville, or so they call it. Individuals dying, going to prison. I mean, Alicia Andrews is really just a regular girl. And she knows people that she went to school with in middle school or high school that have died, gotten shot on school campus. These things aren't regular. These things aren't normal. This is a terrible situation that these young men are in Jacksonville. And you heard all about it throughout the trial. It's terrible, it's tragic, but it has nothing to do with whether Alicia Andrews intended to go to Tampa and kill Charles Jones. Nothing. All of what you saw was a smokescreen. All of what you saw was an attempt by the state, by the detectives, to put Alicia Andrews in a box, to put Alicia Andrews in this circle of people, birds of a feather. And it was an attempt to get you to just say, oh, she must be guilty because she hangs out with these people, or she knows this person, this will go crazy individual. But there was really no evidence that she really spoke to him. She spoke about him in a text message. Okay, she spoke about Robert Howard too. She doesn't know him. He doesn't know her. She spoke about Bibby. She doesn't know him. He doesn't know her. She was just speaking about things that she had seen in either real life or on social media. She doesn't know these individuals, but she knows of them. Beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. That is the standard of proof in this case. That is the standard by which the state has to prove this case. They have to prove that Alicia Andrews committed both crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you ask yourselves whether at the close of evidence you felt or you knew that the state proved this case beyond a reasonable doubt, you can almost guarantee that that was not the situation. So let's talk about reasonable doubt. The judge is going to read instructions to you and tell you where you can find reasonable doubt. And I have an acronym for it. It's called CLE. You find reasonable doubt in the conflicts in the evidence, in the lack of evidence, and the evidence itself. Is there really enough evidence in this case? Think about the conflicts in the evidence, the issues that the detectives had. Think about whether there were any conflicts in Alicia Andrews' testimony. Alicia Andrews did not have to take the stand, but she did, and she told her story, and you can't teach that. It either is the truth or it's not. Alicia Andrews showed you that she has nothing to hide from you all. Nothing. This is not a police interrogation room. This is not a room that she's being pressured by two detectives in some small closed-off area. This is a courtroom. And she came in here and told you the truth about everything. And as much as the state pushed and pushed and pushed and tried to get her caught up in some lie or some story, Alicia Andrews never, not once, went impeached. Not once. So is there any conflict in Alicia Andrews' testimony? No, not at all. 100% flawless. In this case, there is a clear lack of evidence. It doesn't matter how many times the state says that they have overwhelming evidence in this case. They do not. The only thing that was overwhelming about the evidence in this case is the fact that there's a gang war going on in Jacksonville. That's it. Overwhelmingly, everybody is aware that people are dying back and forth because of drill rap music in Jacksonville. That is the overwhelming evidence in this case. This case is not about some October 7th, 2023 shooting. It's not. A shooting that's still under investigation almost 2 years later. A shooting in which Jacksonville Sheriff's Office has not made any arrests. A shooting in which there's no probable cause to arrest anyone. But they claim that Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright are the suspects in that case. But they haven't been arrested for anything. After 2 years of an open case. And that case is being used to tie Alicia Andrews into this case, and she has nothing to do with an October 7th shooting of Charles Jones. You saw text messages between Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance around that same time period, from 2023. And what is Isaiah Chance telling Alicia Andrews? that he doesn't want to be around her right now. He needs some time because his friend has died. She's not even around him at that time. But somehow, some way, that information, that evidence is in this trial. It's being used to try to convict Alicia for these charges. And the two have nothing to do with each other. The town center shooting has nothing to do with this case. The fact that some person named 23 died, that youngin' Ace got shot, that his brother was there and his brother got shot as well, has nothing to do with whether Alicia Andrews knew that her boyfriend and the other individuals were going to Tampa to kill Charles Jones. It has nothing to do with anything. This town center shooting, the Rains shooting, the one that happened in 2018 with Robert Howard, has nothing to do with whether Alicia Andrews intended to kill Charles Jones or even knew that he was going to die. Nothing. All of this back and forth from 2018 that you've heard, all of it, just think about it. What does it have to do with Alicia Andrews? And over, every witness after witness, didn't know Alicia Andrews, couldn't tell you the relevance of some of the things that the state presented against Alicia Andrews. If this case were against any of Alicia Andrews' co-defendants, it'd be a different story. But this case is against Alicia Andrews. This is the state of Florida versus Alicia Andrews, and I would like to stay in that world. Probable cause is a standard. You heard about it in this trial. You need probable cause to make an arrest. You also need probable cause to get a search warrant. It's not reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is higher than probable cause. It's also higher than what they call the greater weight of the evidence, which is a little bit over 50%. If you put your hand on a scale, if you put a scale up and you put a piece of feather on one scale and it tips it a little bit over, that's the greater weight of the evidence. Reasonable doubt is higher than that. Reasonable doubt is even higher than what they call clear and convincing evidence. It's higher than that. Reasonable doubt, beyond reasonable doubt, is the highest burden in a criminal trial. The highest. And that comes with a great responsibility to the state. They are the individuals who own that burden, who have to hold that burden. And if there's any evidence in this case that you did not see, if there's any evidence that you wish you would have seen, that you feel should have been presented, that you need in order to make a decision, that is all on the state. The defense does not have a burden. The burden never shifts to that side of the room. It remains with the state for the entire case. So if there's any evidence that you wish you would have saw, that you just don't have, that they don't have, it is on the state. Every Thanksgiving, there's a grandmother. She would make food. Okay, she'd make this food for her family. She makes the food and she sits at the kitchen counter. She likes to make food with a glass of wine. Takes a sip from the glass of wine and she's making different things. Seasoning the curry chicken, the brown stew chicken, the oxtail, the dumpling. She's handling it. And as she's taking a sip from this glass of wine, she drops it by accident. She starts to pick up the pieces of the glass, and she starts to put them together. So she gets to the very last piece, and she realizes that she's missing a piece that she cannot find. She looks at the glass, at the food that she's preparing, and not for 1 second Not for 1 second. She takes the food, all of it, and she throws it away. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you all need to throw this case away. Alicia Andrews is not guilty of anything. Not first-degree murder, certainly. Not second-degree murder. Not manslaughter. Nothing. Not conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Absolutely nothing. The state has not proven anything against Miss Andrews, except for the fact that she hung out with a bad boyfriend. Fortunately for Miss Andrews, there are several reasons to doubt. There's enough to go around for everyone. There's no direct evidence showing that Alicia Andrews had any knowledge of a plan to commit the homicide in this case. Alicia Andrews is not a gang member or gang affiliate. All of the evidence that you heard in this case about this gang war has nothing to do with her. Investigators have found no proof that she participated in, planned, or assisted with the homicide in any way. In this case, when questioned by the detectives, Alicia Andrews was truthful about her involvement in this case. Truthful. She gave them the information about herself. She was not going to sit there and convey information about people she did not know, people who could potentially harm her. She was not going to do that. And the detective started off the conversation. Both of them said it. If you don't want to talk about something, you don't have to talk about it. She decided she wasn't going to talk about certain things. The detective charged Alicia Andrews for first-degree murder on incorrect assumptions that she was some cover, that she was letting people in through the back door to hide their identities. Unlike the other individuals, Alicia Andrews made no attempt to conceal her whereabouts. Her phone was on, fully active. She walked into that Airbnb, the front door camera. No issues. Made no attempts to conceal that. Alicia Andrews never possessed a firearm. All the other individuals in this case had on black. Black, all black. Alicia Andrews went out with her blue jean jacket, her croc on. This is not attire to go stalking anyone. This is not the attire to go running around shooting anyone. She went outside, colorful as ever. There's no confession in this case. There's no cooperating witness in this case at all. And there's no physical evidence tying Alicia Andrews to this case. The only evidence that was sent off for any testing was the 30 casings that were left at the scene. 30 casings. And those came back, nothing, no DNA, no evidence. There was other evidence that could have been tested. All the evidence that Sean Gathright had on him, the evidence at Sean Gathright's mother's house, the evidence that was on Sean Gathright, I mean in the Forerunner, the ammunition, the guns and whatnot, those things could have been swabbed for DNA, for fingerprints. And had Alicia's fingerprints or DNA been on any of those items, you would know that she must have been involved in some sort of planning. Because as people conspire to do things, and then they conspire to shoot someone with weapons, what do? They pass them around. Things get passed around. You take this gun, you take that gun. There's no evidence of any of that. There's no evidence that any of that stuff was ever analyzed. Not by the ATF, not by Tampa Police Department, not by Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, not by the Gwinnett County Police Department. This was a multi-agency effort. And they presented zero evidence that any of the stuff was analyzed for any difference. And they did that, or they didn't do it, because I guess they felt they had a strong enough case without it. And maybe they do for the other individuals, but not for Alicia Andrews, not for an innocent person, not for a person who had no knowledge of this conspiracy, not for a person who had no intent to kill anyone, not for a person who did not commit any acts to kill someone. I want to go over a particular jury instruction, this principal jury instruction. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit or attempt to commit a crime, then it is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the person or persons did if the state proved two things. So, is only treated as if she was one of the shooters in this case, if those two things at the bottom exist. So Alicia Andrews has to intend for the crime to occur. And in addition to that, she has to do some act or say something that was intended to, and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit or attempt to commit the crime. So one, she's got to intend for this crime to happen. And where is the evidence of Alicia Andrews' intent for this to happen? None. As much as the state says there's overwhelming evidence, there's a mountain of evidence, where is it? Can you identify it after an entire trial? Intent. It doesn't exist. The second part, if the defendant did some act or said something that was intended, again, you still have to intend. The act that you commit has to be committed with an intent. So if Alicia Andrews gives her phone to her boyfriend, but does not intend for him to use that phone to kill somebody, then she's not guilty. Not just because you give your phone to somebody, or because somebody uses you, means that you're guilty and you should be charged like the people who actually committed the offense, who actually committed the shooting. So this is a very, 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 very important jury instruction for you all to understand completely. The defendant intended the crime to occur, and the defendant did some act, and that act was with the intent that this crime occurred. And the state has neither in this case. I do want to go over second-degree murder. Second-degree murder is a lesser included in this case, right? So on your verdict form, you'll see different boxes that you can check. It'll be first-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, and not guilty. Alicia Andrews is not guilty of second-degree murder either. Yes, Charles Jones is dead. That's the first element. There's no debate that Charles Jones is dead. So we're not debating that. But that's not how someone gets convicted of second-degree murder. Not just because someone is dead. You have to have some link. So 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. What act did Alicia Andrews do that caused Charles Jones' death? Absolutely nothing. 3, there was an unlawful killing of Charles Jones by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for life. Alicia Andrews' did not commit any acts that caused Charles Jones to die, and therefore she is not guilty also of second-degree murder. The manslaughter, again, is similar. Charles Jones is dead. That is the first element, and there's no dispute about that. But there still has to be some link to someone being dead and someone being convicted for that person's death. So either Alicia Andrews intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Charles Jones, or Alicia Andrews intentionally procured an act that caused the death of Charles Jones, or the death of Charles Jones was caused by the culpable negligence of Alicia Andrews. And Alicia Andrews is not guilty of manslaughter either. Alicia Andrews had no idea, not at any point that night, that her boyfriend at the time or that any of his friends intended to kill Charles Jones that night. No evidence of that whatsoever. The state keeps mentioning a consciousness of guilt. That is not an element in this case. Consciousness of guilt does not equal an intent to kill. Consciousness of guilt does not equal an act which is required under the jury instructions. Consciousness of guilt is a term that has no bearing in your decision.
Your Honor, misstatement of law.
Again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, these are just the opinions of the attorneys in their closing arguments. You will be given the law, and you are to follow the law that I give you. Okay, thank you.
And as the judge gives the law at the end of this case, when the judge reads the jury instructions, I want you to look for anywhere where it says consciousness of guilt. The state is begging you to ignore the law and find Alicia Andrews guilty without any evidence of it. They're asking you to speculate every step of the way, to just believe that there must have been something out there that they couldn't find that would have Alicia Andrews convicted of this crime. Speculate, assume, make assumptions. Just find her guilty without any evidence. You heard the detective from the ATF task force. He testified in this case. He testified about how the federal government, he works for the ATF, the federal government did not get referred this case.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Just relevance.
Again, members of the jury, you will rely upon your own recollection of what the evidence was in this case, and you'll take that recollection and apply it to the law that I give you in reaching your verdict.
The ATF agent testified that the feds were not referred this case.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
I said the ATF agent testified that the feds were not referred this case.
Okay, well, that is not relevant to this, to
He
your...
testified to a judge.
I understand, but it should have been objected to, so...
In this case, the state has the burden. And because the state has the burden in this case, they get the last word. So they get a rebuttal closing argument. So after I sit down, the state gets up, and they get to argue one more time. The defense doesn't get to say anything after that. But we've said enough. This trial has been 2 weeks long. It's been a very important trial for everyone involved, especially for Ms. Andrews. Today, is the most important day of her life. And we ask, just as we asked in voir dire and jury selection, that you treat it fairly. There is one place that you cannot take away someone's voice, and that's inside of a courtroom. I have an innocent individual's life in my hands, and so do each and every one of you. When the state gets an opportunity to argue to you, you should be listening to where the evidence, beyond a reasonable doubt, is that Alicia Andrews knew that Charles Jones was even going to be in Tampa. That Alicia Andrews knew, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Charles Jones was going to die, that her co-defendants had that intent. There is no evidence, much less evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. These individuals did not need Alicia Andrews. She was not some sort of cover, some invisibility cloak for them. The state mentioned in opening statement that Alicia Andrews was used by Isaiah Chance to look less threatening, to provide some cover. None of that ever bore out during the trial. During opening statement, the prosecutor stood before you and showed you videos of Isaiah Chance packing with Sean Gathright. Then he said that Alicia Andrews was picked up and that Isaiah Chance returned to the party with his contribution. He was referring to a gun, and he showed you on the screen there a gun, and he showed you how the gun was sticking out with the extended magazine and the dust cover of the gun. And it was almost as if he was saying that Alicia Andrews was with Isaiah Chance when he had this gun out. Because if that was the case, she would know that there's guns involved. She would know. But that wasn't the case, because none of that happened in Alicia Andrews' presence. The prosecutor in this case, in opening statement, said twice that Alicia Andrews was driving, or he alluded to the fact that Alicia Andrews was driving a vehicle in this case. And at no point in time is there any evidence that Alicia Andrews drove any vehicle. There is evidence to the contrary. Alicia Andrews doesn't drive. She doesn't make the decisions. She's not in control of the vehicle. And Alicia Andrews is not in control, or was not in control of what happened to Charles Jones. So when you go back into the jury room and you deliberate, you've seen all the evidence. There is no more evidence to show you. Because you've seen all the evidence, you know all the facts, there you know that there is only one verdict for each count. There's only one verdict, and it's the same verdict for each count. The same verdict. That verdict is that Alicia Andrews, as it relates to the charges of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, that Alicia Andrews is not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. McClement. State your rebuttal.
Yes, Your Honor. Members of the jury, we're almost there. Mr. McClement told you that this gang war in Jacksonville is tragic. That's the only thing that I think that the state is in agreement with what he just argued to you. It is very tragic. The killing on both sides that happened, and the law places a high regard for the sanctity and the protection of human life. And the law protects everyone equally. It doesn't matter who the victim is, and it doesn't matter what the victim does for a living. If you purposely intend to commit first-degree premeditated murder and kill a person, regardless who that person is, and we have proven all of those elements, the law requires that that person be convicted. And when you talk about the standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, that is what you have in this case, and you have higher than that. The defense attorney has asked or suggested to you, where is the DNA? Where is the fingerprints? All of that type of evidence is to establish one thing: who is the perpetrator? When there is a killer and there is no evidence, there is no eyewitness, and there is no videotape, then the law allows us to present evidence, direct evidence, and circumstantial evidence to you to establish and prove the identity of the perpetrator. Somebody broke into a house and shot and killed a person, and nobody saw it, and that person broke a window to get in and left their blood on that window. That could be used to establish what? The identity of the perpetrator. If they weren't wearing gloves and they touched that window and the law enforcement officers dusted for prints, they would send it off. It is very, very rare when you capture the entire crime on video. This age of digital technology proves beyond all reasonable doubt what happened in this case. You don't need an eyewitness to come in here and tell you what happened to Charles Jones on June 3rd of 2024. You don't need a fingerprint analyst to come in here and tell you who killed Charles Jones on that date. And you certainly don't need a DNA analyst because you saw it. His murder is captured on video. There are 2 cars involved, and you saw what happened at each and every location. We don't have to present DNA evidence to you. We don't have to present fingerprint evidence to you. Law enforcement officers didn't need to submit any sort of DNA to the labs to figure out what happened in this case. Because of digital evidence and video evidence, you know everything that happened to that victim. He was hunted. He was stalked. He was hunted at teasers. He was stalked, and then he went to a second location, to Truth 18, and he was followed, and he was hunted, and he was stalked. And you saw both of the vehicles that are involved in this case. And she is in the silver Chevy Cruze. There is no doubt about that. We don't have to fingerprint the silver Chevy Cruze. We don't have to dust it or swab it for DNA to know that she is in that car with her boyfriend. You saw that silver Chevy Cruze. You saw it at teasers, following, going, parking, and then the 2 of them get out to get in eyesight of the victim. All of that is clear. What is also clear is she is not going up to the club. She's not going clubbing. Neither is her boyfriend. It is for one purpose: to stalk the victim, Charles Jones, in this case. And at the second scene, all of that is on video as well. You see the parking lot of that location. You see it with your own eyes. And there is no doubt who every single individual is in both of those cars. We have proven it beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt. And you saw it at the Home to Suites video. You saw it at the USF poll cam. That victim is followed. and you saw those text messages from Sean Gathright to Kayla Enright. They want to know where Julio Foolio is, where 6 is. And in those messages to Kayla Enright, you know that they are watching him. You know and you saw what Charles Jones is doing that night. He's on Instagram. When Sean Gathright contacts Kayla Enright, they say, what? We're looking for 6. He's in Tampa. He's at an Airbnb. You saw his Instagram story. He's posting live. He's at an Airbnb. The only location that they weren't aware of that wasn't planned is this pool party at the Airbnb. Defense has suggested to you, Kayla Enright, she's not charged. No, she's not. There is a law, the law of principle, that shows that we have to prove that the person who assists, the person who is a principal, intended the crime to be committed and did something to assist. Kayla Enright is in no way is in the same position as this defendant. She is not in a vehicle with all of the perpetrators. She is not stalking the victim. She is not in Tampa. There isn't any evidence other than a message to her while she's in another location to contact someone to find 6. To suggest to you that any of the girls or young women in the victim's party is in the same position of her is preposterous. Nobody in the victim's party is doing anything but celebrating a birthday party. When you talk about beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt, to suggest to you that evidence from the defendant's phone only 3 years before this homicide has been committed, of where she says the victim in this case that she hopes he dies, to suggest to you that that isn't relevant to intent. This is a homicide case where she is charged with first-degree murder of Charles Jones, of Julio Foolio, where she is charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. To suggest to you a message to a friend where she specifically says, I hope Foolio dies, is not important critical evidence for you to hear. To suggest to you that the attempted murder of a victim that occurred only months before his actual murder, that connects them to that, is not evidence of first-degree murder. It absolutely is. The killers didn't get him in October. The rifle that was used to shoot him, that shot that projectile that shot him in the foot, a casing was recovered from that scene. The fact that that is connected to the homicide to kill the exact same victim is absolute evidence of intent. It is the most powerful type of evidence of intent that could possibly come before you. When we talk about her phone evidence, when we talk about what we have to show to prove that she had the knowledge and the requisite, that is why we brought that phone evidence to you of what happened to this victim. There's absolutely he was stalked. And I think the defense attorney talked about Rashad Murphy and Davan Murphy about how he would not allow her to know what was going on. What I can make an submit to you is that there is no way that people are going to commit first-degree premeditated murder, would allow anybody into their inner circle unless they were absolutely trusted, that they absolutely trusted that person 100%, that that person is ride or die, because all of them can be identified if law enforcement finds out. And she absolutely proves that that's exactly what she is, because when faced with law enforcement, when faced with telling her that you could be charged, that you will be charged with first-degree premeditated murder, she would not give any of them up. She would not give a name. She would not give a description, because she did not want to implicate any of them. And when we talk about consciousness of guilt, that is evidence. Just like circumstantial evidence, all of that is considered evidence in a case. There's not going to be anything in these instructions that define for you what direct evidence is, what circumstantial evidence is, or what consciousness of guilt evidence is. But all of the evidence that is presented to you can be evaluated by you to determine whether or not the defendant is guilty or not guilty. And she is not innocent. The evidence in this case proves overwhelmingly that she lied to law enforcement. And that evading of law enforcement, that lying to them, shows that she has something to hide. Innocent people don't have to lie to law enforcement. Innocent people are cooperative and tell what they know when somebody has been killed, and killed in cold blood. And that is what has happened in this case. Charles Jones was hunted, and he was tracked down, and he was killed. And to suggest to you that she was not a trusted member of this group, of this conspiracy, flies in the face of all of the evidence. We rely on you to use your common sense when you evaluate this evidence, and when you look at what is on her phone, and when you see the personal animosity and what she was living in at the time when she wrote those messages. The one message that isn't in evidence, when I asked her about Antonio Tilley and the person who died the day before Charles Jones is shot in the foot. Remember that? I refreshed her recollection.
Well, you need to link it up to evidence they did here, okay?
You heard her testimony. I questioned her on her conversations with Isaiah Chance, her co-defendant, her boyfriend, the person that she continues to protect again and again and again. I questioned her about the communication she specifically had with him in 2023, not 3 years before this homicide, less than a year before this homicide. And she claims she knows nothing about the gang stuff. She knows nothing that is going on. There is more than one conversation with her and Isaiah Chance about what is going on in this gang war and who has been killed, personal in their lives. One you saw in evidence, the town center, where it is clear they have talked about it before, because her response when she realized it's about the town center and that 23 has been killed there, she says, I forgot. I'm sorry, we don't have to go there. That conversation is in evidence. You also have testimony from her on the stand specifically about the death of her boyfriend's good friend, Antonio Tilley, that occurred on October 6th, the early morning hours going into October 7th of 2023, where I specifically asked her on the stand, you've talked to him about that. Oh, I can't really remember. So we refreshed her recollection. It's not in evidence, but we refreshed her recollection with the conversation. All of a sudden, she remembers it, right? That's what she does. She doesn't remember it until she's faced with hard evidence. She sees that conversation, and now she's got to answer questions about it, right? And what is it about? It is about another person close to her boyfriend that has died in this gang war. It's about Antonio Tilly's death. He is upset about it. And before I can even get a question out, she says, oh, yep, he didn't want me to be around him at that moment. He was so upset, he didn't want me to be around. He needed to be by himself. And then there's another conversation on October 8th, the very next day, where he has done something, and they have talked about it. And he needs her to be loyal. She remembers that, right? She would have you believe, now that we've confronted her with that evidence, that he wants her to be loyal, and that she needed to delete that conversation that they had texted about. That's about her cheating again. The same boyfriend that she has testified to you about domestic violence, that she's afraid of him. Now you hear that she's worried about him and that he needs her to be loyal, and that he's confided something to her on that day. That is the day that Charles Jones is shot in the foot. That is the crime that also is connected to this case and evidence of all of the perpetrators' intent. They tried to kill him in October and failed. They were successful here in Tampa on June 23rd of 2023. That is why that evidence is so important. Conspiracies to commit first-degree murder don't happen in front of eyewitnesses. They don't happen in the light of day. They happen in dark places where people know that it is a crime and they know what they're doing and they want to get away with it. Actions speak louder than words. The defendant is never going to come in here and admit to being involved in a conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Defendant is never going to be admitting to anyone, to law enforcement, or on the stand about her knowledge, to agreeing to be a principal of first-degree premeditated murder. But the law allows us to show you all of the evidence that can show what it is she intended. And that is why you saw those photographs from her phone. Nobody from the state side ever suggested to you that she is a gang queen pin. Nobody has suggested to you through law enforcement, to any witness the state put up with law enforcement that is an expert in this gang war in Jacksonville. They have all said the same thing. She is not in a gang. She is not charged with being in a gang. Why is all of that relevant? Because, again, to law enforcement, she lied about it. She lied about knowing anything about the gang. She wants them to believe that she has no knowledge. She wants them to believe that she doesn't even know about her boyfriend's nickname, Gutta. And you all know, again, the evidence is overwhelming that that is a lie. Not only does she call him Gutta, not only does she know that that's his nickname, not only does she know that is his gang stage name for his own drill rap videos, she has it tattooed on her twice. That's the reason why those photographs are relevant. It again shows her lying to law enforcement. The reason that you saw all of those messages to other people in the gang about the gangs, there's conversations about Bibby and Robert Howard, gang member after gang member. That corresponding message to Jewel Jordan. We brought that to you. That's a good friend of hers. You think she wanted to testify against her friend? You have to evaluate each and every piece of evidence and what it shows and what it proves. It proves that she knew exactly what was going on in this gang war. It proves that she personally knew people that were affected by this gang war. When you look at the phone evidence, I know that there is a lot in there. The defense attorney argued to you that there is no text messaging of her or Instagram of her from her phone. That is because she got rid of her phone. You heard from not only our expert, but their expert, some of this information is not backed up. Some of this information you can only get if you have the device itself. That text messaging that we have between her phone and Sean Gathwright's phone during the time of the crime, that was only retrieved by Sean Gathwright's phone. Her phone didn't have those same messages. Her phone is backed up, and her phone had photographs on it. Her phone had conversations on it, but the time period you heard from Detective Ramos where they were looking at that time period for the crime was not on the Apple iCloud backup. And there's two ways that can happen. It can happen either by it not being something that she backs up, or it can happen if a person personally gets rid of that time period and deletes it from their phone. We never got her phone. You heard that others got rid of their phone. Sean Gathwright, who was using his phone in this instance. So it wasn't just her that got rid of her phone. Sean Gathwright got rid of his phone as well. And again, more evidence of her intent is the conversation when she knows law enforcement is looking for her. That's why we presented all of that information from the phones to all of you. Because, again, it is evidence of her intent that something is on her phone that she does not want law enforcement to know about. That is the reason she's laughing her, LMFAO. That is why she is laughing out loud, because law enforcement got her new phone. And in the middle of this search warrant, when law enforcement is executing it, she has a new phone that she is trying to back up all the stuff from the iCloud. She got rid of her device, and she got rid of the specific text messages that surround that time period. If you look at those videos where her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, is walking around with her phone, it's not just up to her ear. Look at it. He has it out like this. That is when a way a person holds a phone when they are speaking on speakerphone. There are conversations happening, and there are calls that are being made and communicated between him and the shooter's vehicle. And they keep on suggesting to you that the call, the attempted call that is in the call detail records, happened when he is out in that parking lot in Teaser. That is not. If you look at the timing, both by our expert and the defense expert, the timing is clear. That's why we went through so much trouble about making sure the timestamp is accurate at each and every video that you heard. And when you look at the call detail records, the calls that are reflected on the call detail records of her phone show that she is already in her car with the defendant when those calls are being made. What is not captured, what is an unauthorized app that they are using when she needs to put in her passcode, is not captured because they are using another app to make those phone calls.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this time. Can we go sidebar?
Yes? So going back to the phone, there is clearly phone communication that is being used that is not captured in the call detail records, and the timing is important because, again, there is communication going on with the vehicle that has the assault team in it. And that is not something that they want tracked. The other piece of evidence that is important that she says to law enforcement in that interview is that she has to enter her passcode. Her phone is protected. She has a passcode that she has to put in there, and that is something that happens automatically. Anybody who has an iPhone that has a password or has to get into their phone by their face knows that that is something that happens automatically. When you have a phone, it goes dark and you have to put in your passcode. That is what is happening there. She is still using her phone. She uses her phone all the time, and she is allowing her boyfriend to use her phone, and when it goes dark, she has to put in the passcode for him. She knows what is being said on that phone to that second vehicle. There is no way that she did not hear what was going on. There is no way that she did not know everything that was planned to occur in Tampa. This whole story about teasers, and now to make it, I guess that she didn't lie to law enforcement this one time about the bouncers, they're saying that that was about that was about the Players Club. That makes it even a worse story, because now it isn't that she didn't get to go to 2 clubs. Now it's that she didn't get to go to 3 clubs. All 3 clubs were either too packed, overpriced. Is it based on it's too packed based on the parking lot and the amount of cars in the parking lot? If that were really the truth, then they never would have had to get out of their vehicles. But again, that crime is on video. And you know the only time they get out of their vehicle, that is to see if the victim is at that location, at Teasers, at Truth 18. That is why they are there. The defense attorney talked to you a little bit about the jury instructions. He talked about murder in the second degree, and so I just want to touch briefly upon it. There's another instruction that you will hear from the judge, and that is that you should find the defendant guilty of the highest crime that has been proven beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt. And the top count for count 1 is first degree premeditated murder. And principle applies to this. Principle also applies to murder in the second degree. But this case, murder in the first degree, is the top count, and all of these elements have been proven and beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt. And the reason why I'm putting this back up is because the death, count 2, if you look at element 2, count 1, the death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. That always is going to be read in a principal case. She is never alleged to have touched a gun. She is never alleged to have been one of the shooters. She is guilty as a principal. And because she is a principal, you have to put her and treat her as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt she intended the crime to occur and that she did some act or said something that was intended to and did assist the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. That is read in conjunction with murder in the first degree, which this is a murder in the first degree. This is the highest crime, the top count that has been proven in this case. The second, the lesser to murder in the first degree is murder in the second degree. The principal instruction also applies to this. So when the defense attorney is up there arguing to you that Charles Jones is dead, obviously that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. That the principal instruction also applies to that. So if you find that a lesser has been included, you don't say that she's not guilty just because she's not the person that committed the criminal act. The principal instruction applies to that. If you're looking at murder 2, that there was an unlawful killing of a victim by act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life, and then it describes what the act includes. It also says in order to convict of second-degree murder, it's a distinction for first-degree murder. It is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had any intent to cause death, but she can still be convicted as a principal. What separates second-degree murder from first-degree murder is premeditation. Premeditation, we've already gone over what that means. And in this case, there was premeditation. There was planning, there was getting weapons. All of that is a conscious intent, a reflection for a homicide to be committed. And that's what separates first degree from second degree murder. And with the judge's instructions, you will hear that you should find the defendant guilty for the highest count that has been proven beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt. And in this case, when you hunt and you stalk a victim in order to kill him, that is first degree premeditated murder. The defendant argued in his case that the defendant was cooperative and truthful to law enforcement. You heard all of that evidence, and we argue and submit to you that she may have said one or two truthful things, but the majority of what she told law enforcement was not true. You will see all of the messaging on the phone. You will see the conversations that she had with all of her friends. You saw the photographs. And here's another one, again, from her Apple iCloud that has been put into evidence. State 75C3 was not published, but we asked her specifically about Kay Shorty, another person in one of those photographs that you saw where that person is throwing gang signs. I'm not going to read all of it to you, but she's having a talk with him. And again, it is about more and more gang stuff. She is having a conversation with him, and if you look at this, it goes more and more about the death of Bibby and why he is so torn up about it. So this is state 75C3. Another person that we showed you a photograph that she is friends with that is in her phone. So look at all of the phone stuff and see that what she is saying when she suggests to you that she doesn't know what is going on simply is not true. She's not using a first name like Tom or Jeff. These conversations aren't about somebody named Ryan or Steve. These are names of gang members who have been killed in this gang war. You're going to see names like Bibby, Leaky. All of that is evidence of her knowledge of what is going on in Jacksonville and what is affecting the very people who she is dating, to such of effect that she has to delete messages from conversations that they have had about it. That is overwhelming evidence of her guilt. We ask you to take a look at all of the evidence in this case and hold her guilty and responsible for her own participation in this crime. She says she doesn't know Davian Murphy, and she don't know Rashad Murphy. She says that she cannot say to Davian Murphy, this big guy, that he shouldn't be smoking because she's pregnant. That's not what she says to law enforcement. In fact, and that's not even what she says on the stand. She's not saying that she's not giving their names because she's afraid of them. She's not saying she's not giving them their names because they're in a gang. She's saying she's not giving their names because she don't know them. She doesn't know he's in a gang, that she's not going to give any information on these people, and then in the same testimony on the stand, she is saying that she is afraid because they have not offered her any protection. Why does she need it? She didn't know anything happened. That's what she's telling you. She didn't know any crime had occurred. She didn't know Davian Murphy, doesn't know that he's connected to a gang, even though he's related to the person who was killed at Rains High School when she went there. She doesn't know that Rashad Murphy is in a gang. She don't know him. She don't know them. I don't know those people, right? And in the same breath, she's saying that nobody offered her protection. Did she look afraid in that interview? Did she look scared talking to law enforcement? Did she look intimidated talking to law enforcement? Or was she laughing? Was she bored? Was she annoyed? All of the evidence in this case show that the victim in this case was killed. All of the evidence in this case shows that the way that he was killed is first-degree premeditated murder. And the way it was done, it was planned, it was premeditated, and none of that can be done unless everybody talked about it and planned it and conspired together to do it. Based on all of the evidence in this case, we are confident that you will find her guilty of first-degree premeditated murder and guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder.
All right, thank you. All right, members of the jury, I'm going to pick back up with the jury instructions where we left off, okay? The defendant has entered the plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all of the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved to be beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? 6, had any or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? 7, did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? 8, has the witness been convicted of a felony? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of her testimony that you apply to the testimony of the other witnesses. It is entirely proper for the lawyers to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to the lawyers about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. A statement claimed to have been made by the defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that the defendant's alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including but not limited to: 1, whether when the defendant made the statement she had been threatened in order to get her to make it, and 2, whether anyone had promised her anything in order to get her to make it. If you conclude the defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits in evidence and these instructions. 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. 4, remember the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 6, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form for each count that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. In the Circuit Court of the 13th Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida in Fort Hillsborough County, Criminal Justice Division, State of Florida versus Alicia Andrews, case number 24 CF 11996, Trial Division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1. Check only A, B, C, or D. A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. D, the defendant is not guilty. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2. Check only A or B. A, the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is not guilty. So say we all, dated this blank day of October 2025, and then there's a signature line for the foreperson of the jury to sign and print their name. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately, and a separate verdict returned as to each. The finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crime charged. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication such as email or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I've given in the case, you must tell me by giving a note to the court deputy. Many of you may have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the court deputy while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the court deputy. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items are received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Okay, a couple of things. Number one, we discussed this during jury selection, but just to affirm it here. All of your information is confidential and under seal. Okay? Nobody has access to any of your information. Your identities have not been disclosed through the media or otherwise. From this moment forward, I will only refer to you by your initials and your juror number. Also, the foreperson of the jury who signs the verdict form and prints the name. When the verdict form is read, I will only identify the foreperson by the initials and the juror number. The signature and name of the foreperson of the jury will be redacted from the verdict form. It will not become public record. Additionally, it is late. I concede it is late. However, whatever time you all reach a verdict, there are sufficient law enforcement personnel to escort you safely to your car, so you don't need to worry about that at all. Okay, a couple of things. So, juror number 77, initials BS, okay? You are our alternate, okay? So you're not going to be participating in the final verdict. So this is what's going to happen. Do any of you have electronic devices on you right now? Okay, if you do, that includes smart watches. Okay? Anything that's got internet connectivity, because you can't have that in the jury room. Leave those in your seat. Our alternate, juror number 77, do you have anything in the jury room? Okay, so what's going to happen is you guys are going to go back to the jury room as a group. The bailiff is going to collect any electronic devices from the 12 remaining jurors. Juror number 77, grab whatever belongings you have, step out. I'm going to talk to you a little bit further. And just so you all know, you cannot begin deliberating until everyone has cleared the jury room. Okay, that includes law enforcement personnel and the alternate. Once just the 12 of you, then you can begin deliberating. You're going to be sent back all of the evidence in this case, and do we have a laptop or something that they can?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you'll be sent a laptop. If you want to review any of the digital evidence, you can use the laptop, but there is no internet connectivity, okay? And there's one more thing. Oh, I know. In the packet jury instructions, those are your jury instructions for each of you to use. However, there is a copy of the verdict form. The bailiff will send back the official verdict form. All right, so the one that he gives you all is the one the foreperson needs to sign and date when you have reached a verdict. Okay, very good. And I think he's going to talk to you about ordering food. So you have that to look forward to. All right? Okay, very good. Our alternate juror, please collect your things and step back up. All right?
All rise.
Can we just text a family that we're going back? Or?
Yeah, that's fine. Do me a favor. If you need to notify a family member, do it now while the law enforcement's in there with you, and then turn over your electronic device. And also, if anybody needs to reach you in an emergency, we have your devices. So, but you can do that before you get deliberations, okay? All right, thank you.
Jury's identified.
Okay, just waiting on the alternate.
Judge, we wanted to get with defense and ask permission if we have the exhibits that are on video downloaded to there were some issues with the disc skipping. I don't know if defense has an objection, but they can look at all of this stuff. If not, we can take it all off. Just of the video exhibits.
So, I'm sorry, what are you asking me?
If that can remain on the computer that goes back, or if not, we can delete it.
Okay, well,
Some of the discs were not,
Right.
We're skipping, so if defense wants to look at it and see that they're just the exact replica of the disc,
okay.
but, or, I don't know if they have an objection to that. The ones that are on video.
Okay, stop, hold on, stop. All right, come on up. Okay. So, I'm not going to keep you here any longer. I just want you to know how much we all appreciate your willingness to serve. You may be elated that you're not participating in the final verdict. You may be incredibly disappointed. We have to have 12 members of our community agree to serve on these juries. As you can see, a lot goes into these trials. And if one of the other jurors got sick or had a family emergency and had to drop out, I would have to declare a mistrial. We have to start all over again. So I sincerely hope that you don't feel your time was wasted. We are indebted to you. All of us are indebted to you so very much. So with that, you're now free to talk to anybody that you would like about this case. You're free to stick around. You're free to run out of here as quickly as you can, whatever you wish to do. And on behalf of everyone involved, again, thank you so very, very much.
Thank
you. Okay, thank you.
Jury exiting. We're all clear.
Okay, very good. So I guess you guys can just talk about the laptop or disk issue. And Madam Clerk, do you have all the evidence? Okay. Okay.
We have some at the table already.
Okay, so just make sure Madam Clerk has everything before the evidence goes back. And Reggie. I'm just tired. I'm just going to Yeah. Okay. Are you ready for that? We'll let you know. Okay. Yeah. No, not you. Okay. That's the person who's going back. That's how it works. Get my stuff all set. You shut your mouth. And then by the time we gotta get everybody. All right. Does criteria number 1 in the definition of a principal apply in the case of second-degree murder, signed by the foreperson? Right? The legal answer is yes, correct?
Yes.
Right?
Criteria, you talking about the element?
Said that's the exact. Does criteria number 1 in the definition of principal apply in the case of second-degree murder?
I don't know what criteria. If they're talking about the element, I guess I want to clarify that before I just have an answer. I don't know what they're referring to when they say criteria.
All right. Let me take a look. I'm assuming that's what they mean. So you want to send a question back, or just bring them back and ask them, or bring them out and ask them?
I guess they can come out.
Judge, can I ask you, so, not this case, Pedlowski, that was just canceled, right? That wasn't heard by somebody else?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, the jail's just confirming.
Okay. Very good. Go ahead and bring them in.
All rise.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, and I've received the following communications from the jury. Does criteria number 1 in the definition of a principal apply in the case of second-degree murder, signed by the foreperson of the jury? And by criteria, do you mean element 1, the defendant intended a crime to occur? Okay, so any objection to me answering the question? Okay, someone nodded their head yes. Is that correct? Yes? Okay.
No objection.
Okay, the answer is yes. Okay? All right? It does. Okay, very good. Sorry about us taking so long for the answer to get here. Okay? That's okay. They promised us. Okay? All right. Okay, very good. Thank you all. You can
All right.
resume your deliberation. Okay, very good. Thank you. So I'm going to just bring the jurors in, just let them know I recognize it's getting late, and I'm going to give them the option to continue working tonight if they wish, or to come back if they wish. Okay? And I'll just let them make the call. This is not meant to be torture. All right? Okay, bring them in.
Never going back to work.
It's been interesting.
Okay, very good. All right, everyone have a seat. All right. Good evening, members of the jury. It is now 9:55, so I just wanted to let you know, first of all, this is not meant to be torture, okay? This is not meant to be torture. And we can stay as late as you guys want to keep working. We can also recess, give you guys a break, and come back next week. So I want you all to go back and just discuss amongst yourselves and make the call whether or not you want to keep working tonight, or if you want to come back next week, and it could be whatever day works for you all. That's when you guys can come back and you would just continue your deliberations. So again, I just want to emphasize that we understand you guys are making huge sacrifices for us, and we don't wish to abuse you in the process. So I'm going to have you all step back and talk, and then come back out and let me know what you want to do. Okay? All right? Thank you.
All right.
Okay, thank you. And just so you guys know, if they do come back, we're going to move to my courtroom. Okay, according to them. Okay, very good. Everyone see. Okay, so keep working tonight or come back next week? Keep working. Okay, all right. Then keep working. Here. All right, thank you.
All right.
I am going to start loading it up. jury.
All rise.
All right, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. It's my understanding you reached a verdict, and the foreperson handed the verdict form to the bailiff. Okay, very good. Madam Clerk, please publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the 13th Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida, in and for Hillsborough County Criminal Justice Division, State of Florida versus Alicia Andrews, case number 24 CF 11996, Trial Division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2, the defendant is not guilty. So say we all, dated this 31st day of October 2025, signed foreperson of the jury.
All right, thank you very much. Have a seat. Does either side wish me to poll the jury?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you, each of you, this is your true correct verdict. I'm going to call you by your initials and your jury number. And I just need you to respond yes or no. Okay? All right, juror number 5, initials DC. Is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 13, initials LM. Is this your true and correct verdict? Juror number 14, initials SC. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror 21, initials EM. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 23, initials CJ. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 41, initials AM. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 42, initials LL. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 45, initials JO. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 58, initials SH. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 61, initials SM. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 62, initials PB. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 71, initials MG. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Okay. All right, very good. I have one final set of very brief formal instructions and then something a little less formal to say to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affairs as long as they wish it. Therefore, law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to them. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. On behalf of everyone, we are indebted to you. We are so grateful that you all agreed to serve as jurors. I would never tell anyone we have a perfect legal system, I have a perfect criminal justice. But in my humble opinion, we have the best in the history of the world, because as you can see, we have citizens like yourself who come from all different backgrounds, experiences, and you come together and you decide these very difficult cases. We've asked a lot of you over the past 2 weeks. You all have never complained, you've worked diligently, and on just behalf of everyone involved, you all should really go home tonight and feel good about yourselves and the important public service that you provide on behalf of everybody. The good news is your jury service is now done, so you all are free to go. You're free to talk to anybody you want to about the case. You're free to not speak about this case at all again to anybody, and that will be left up completely to you. All right? Safe travels wherever you're headed. Thank you so much.
All right.
Very good. You guys can have a seat. So, you all want a PSI prepared?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to start off sentencing. Let's see here. I think it, normally takes about 30 days for a PSI. Would that be accurate?
Yes, Judge, I do believe so.
Okay. So, I could do it a couple days before Thanksgiving. I don't know if you guys want to or are available. The next week, I'm scheduled to be at a murder trial, but I could specially set this that Monday morning, December 1st. December 8th, I can make it work. So, Mr. McQuinn, you tell me what works best for you. I'll start with you.
December 8th works.
Okay, very good.
Judge, I actually have a jury trial, but what time would you do it on the 8th?
Well, I can work around your schedule.
It's a death penalty case, and it starts either the 1st.
Who's it gonna?
Judge Houston.
Okay.
So if we do it early in the morning,
Sure. Yeah, I'm sure he would accommodate us, so I can Mr. 8:30. That works for you, Ms. McCormick?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. So we will set sentencing Ms. Andrews for December 8th at 8 in the morning. And the PSI return, the PSI needs to be prepared and needs to be returned by December 3rd. And do you notify?
Yes.
Okay, and Ms. Andrews will remain, it has to be no bond until her sentencing on December 8th. Okay, thank you. We're concluded.
Court adjourned.
Does the jury instructions have the statute for manslaughter? Do you know? The second.
Yeah. The clerk's just asking me what the statute number is for manslaughter. I can look it up real quick.
Is it a second degree felony?
Item 72.07.
And is that second degree? Yes, Your Honor. Yep.
Perfect.
You're
Thank
right.
you so much.
All right, thank you.